dollars for dollars, or rather bringing dollars back into the country as a result of exporting to our neighboring countries. And all of this has been possible because Exim invested in this project.
Ghana Exim Bank also financed Adonko Brewery's carbonated soft drink plant in the Ashanti region.
So there is a plant that produces 27,000 bottles per hour. So in a day, we do 540,000 bottles for 2 shifts. That is a state-of-the-art machine, and it's one of the topmost technology. And so that is the machine we went for. And as I said, it was through the support of Exim Bank Ghana that we secured this line. In this factory, that's the soft drinks, the bitters. Together we employ over 1,100 workers. And the group and the value chain is 5,000. And it's a community-based factory. We are located in the Fija Kwabre district of Ashanti region. And about 80% of our employees live in this community. So that is the employment base of this company.
With 1D1F, I will say it's estimated that we've been able to provide almost about 2,500 jobs to the Ghanaian population. We've raked in almost about $50 million to the economy. And this, for me, is one of the greatest achievements. If you talk about our packaging today, due to our innovative Tuesday market and made in Ghana, Midtown, as we've created in Exim Bank, we've gotten our SMEs to be more entrepreneurial, and with a lot of innovation. When you go to our airport, you see a lot of shea butter with good packaging. This is what we've been able to do, and we hope to continue in the coming months and years.
Undoubtedly, the One District, One Factory project is well on course in terms of achieving its goals, and the Ghana Exim Bank will continue playing its leadership role, knowing very well that the success of this initiative holds the keys to the industrial and economic fortunes of this country, as well as that of the African continent. On 25th August 2017, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, announced the flagship policy of his government, the One District, One Factory initiative, which was to transform the Ghanaian economy from a raw material import and export base into a predominantly manufacturing, value addition, and finished product export-driven sector, leveraging on the comparative advantage of the various districts. Over the last 6 years, the One District, One Factory initiative has been replicated across the length and breadth of the country, with over 300 successful projects in many different thematic areas including agriculture, pharmaceutical, technology, and more. The Ghana Exim Bank is a key player in the facilitation of the One District, One Factory program, having successfully funded over 100 projects under the scheme with over $200 million in loans granted.
This is born out of the Act 911 2016 that gives the bank the functions to support the 1D1F. As part of our function as a bank is to industrialize Ghana, is to support SMEs, and also add value and break in foreign exchange. For this reason, we thought it wise that for Ghana to be able to have a manufacturing hub and develop the country, 1D1F was a good initiative by the President as a state institution to give it the needed support that it requires.
Our success story is shared by some of our beneficiary companies. In the Central Region, the Ghana Exim Bank successfully funded Kumfi Fruit Juice Limited, the largest fruit juice processing factory in West Africa, together with the Central Oil Mills, which processes palm fruits into palm oil and palm cream concentrates, and Farm Fresh, a large-scale poultry farm.
So prior to 2018, so from 17-18 when we started, what you see here as a Kumfi Fruits and Juices Limited and all that you see on the streets and what we see on the shelves of Walmart were only a dream. And this could only happen because we had an association, a very positive one, with the Ghana Exim Bank, who gave us full funding to begin the project. And then God being so good, here we are.
We received a sum of 17.5 million Ghana cedis from Ghana Exim Bank. And then most of it was used in the acquisition of a tractor for our farms, and then also 2 vehicles in order to aid our palm fruit from our various farms, and also provision for building machineries, and then outgrower programs too as well. Well, I could say one, it's put Central Oil Mills on the map. With our introduction of our Kakum Fresh product, we've been able to gain a substantial share of the palm cream market. In Asamanso district alone, we have 20 direct staff. When you get to Inform, our other section too, we have about 35 employees over there. When it comes to other indirect employment, we can talk about our outgrowers. We have more than about 50 outgrowers, of which we have supported them with seedlings to make sure that they can also harvest their fruit and bring it to us when it's due.
This farm is the biggest in these vicinities. Presently we are on 150,000 bells and we have fig beans. So presently we are producing over 3,000 crates of eggs per day. And we have really helped the youth and the old in this environment. Presently now the farm employed directly over 80 workers, and we have indirect workers of more than almost 20. So the farm has really helped in time of development and also to put the food on the table of many people living in the community.
In the Greater Accra region, Dignity DTRT, Do the Right Thing, a local apparel brand with international roots and market looking to provide quality, cost-effective, affordable and socially responsible apparel across the globe, benefited from Ghana Exim Bank's One District, One Factory loans facility, and so did pharmaceutical company Atlantic Life Sciences Limited.
We applied and we got 10 million equivalent in Ghana cedis, 10 million US dollars equivalent in Ghana cedis from the Ghana Exim Bank to do this project. We had identified there was a gap in the sterile preparation market here in the country, the result of which that the country was importing a lot of sterile preparations, and therefore we thought if we could access this funding, we could close that gap. Without a doubt, this is very transformational. I go to the hospitals and I see the availability of drugs, right, available. For a very, very long time, we have on record that Ghana imports about 70% of its infusions. This factory alone can produce all of Ghana's infusion requirements in 3 months, right? So we are not just only manufacturing for Ghana, but this factory has been set up for ECOWAS. So we are exporting. So instead of importing these products into the country, we are now ended up exporting these products out of the country and changing the economic narrative of the demand for dollars, and rather bringing dollars back into the country as a result of exporting to our neighboring countries. And all of this has been possible because Exim invested in this project.
Ghana Exim Bank also financed Adonko Brewery's carbonated soft drink plant in the Ashanti region.
So there is a plant that produces 27,000 bottles per hour. So in a day, we do 540,000 bottles for 2 shifts. That is a state-of-the-art machine, and it's one of the topmost technology. And so that is the machine we went for. And as I said, it was through the support of Exim Bank Ghana that we secured this line. In this factory, that's the soft drinks, the bitters. Together we employ over 1,100 workers. And the group and the value chain is 5,000. And it's a community-based factory. We are located in the Fija Kwabre district of Ashanti region. And about 80% of our employees live in this community. So that is the employment base of this company.
With 1D1F, I will say it's estimated that we've been able to provide almost about 2,500 jobs to the Ghanaian population. We've raked in almost about $50 million to the economy. And this, for me, is one of the greatest achievements. If you talk about our packaging today, due to our innovative Tuesday market and made in Ghana, Midtown, as we've created in Exim Bank, we've gotten our SMEs to be more entrepreneurial, and with a lot of innovation. When you go to our airport, you see a lot of shea butter with good packaging. This is what we've been able to do, and we hope to continue in the coming months and years.
Undoubtedly, the One District, One Factory project is well on course in terms of achieving its goals, and the Ghana Exim Bank will continue playing its leadership role, knowing very well that the success of this initiative holds the keys to the industrial and economic fortunes of this country, as well as that of the African continent. On 25th August 2017, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo announced the flagship policy of his government, the One District, One Factory initiative, which was to transform the Ghanaian economy from a raw material import and export base into a predominantly manufacturing, value addition, and finished product export-driven sector, leveraging on the comparative advantage of the various districts. Over the last 6 years, the One District, One Factory initiative has been replicated across the length and breadth of the country, with over 300 successful projects in many different thematic areas including agriculture, pharmaceutical, technology, and more. The Ghana Exim Bank is a key player in the facilitation of the One District, One Factory program, having successfully funded over 100 projects under the scheme with over $200 million in loans granted.
This is born out of the Act 911 2016 that gives the bank the functions to support the 1D1F. As part of our function as a bank is to industrialize Ghana, is to support SMEs and also add value and break in foreign exchange. For this reason, we thought it wise that for Ghana to be able to have a manufacturing hub and develop the country, 1D1F was a good initiative by the President as a state institution to give it the needed support that it requires.
Our success story is shared by some of our beneficiary companies. In the Central Region, the Ghana Exim Bank successfully funded Kumfi Fruit Juice Limited, the largest fruit juice processing factory in West Africa, together with the Central Oil Mills, which processes palm fruits into palm oil and palm cream concentrates, and Farm Fresh, a large-scale poultry farm.
So prior to 2018, so from 17-18 when we started, what you see here as a Kumfi Fruits and Juices Limited and all that you see on the streets and what we see on the shelves of Walmart were only a dream. And this could only happen because we had an association, a very positive one, with the Ghana Exim Bank, who gave us full funding to begin the project. And then God being so good, here we are.
We received a sum of 17.5 million Ghana cedis from Ghana Exim Bank. And then most of it was used in the acquisition of a tractor for our farms, and then also 2 vehicles in order to aid our palm fruit from our various farms. And also provision for building, machineries, and then outgrower programs too as well. Well, I could say one, it's put Central Oil Mills on the map. With our introduction of our Kakum Fresh product, we've been able to gain a substantial share of the palm cream market. In Asamanso district alone, we have 20 direct staff. When you get to Inform, our other section too, we have about 35 employees over there. When it comes to other indirect employment, we can talk about our outgrowers. We have more than about 50 outgrowers, of which we have supported them with seedlings to make sure that they can also harvest their fruit and bring it to us when it's due.
This farm is the biggest in these vicinities. Presently, we are on 150,000 bales and we have fig beans. So presently, we are producing over 3,000 crates of eggs per day. And we have really helped the youth and the old in this environment. Presently now, the farm employed directly over 80 workers, and we have indirect workers of more than almost 20. So the farm has really helped in time of development and also to put the food on the table of many people living in the community.
In the Greater Accra region, Dignity DTRT, Do the Right Thing, a local apparel brand with international roots and market looking to provide quality, cost-effective, affordable and socially responsible apparel across the globe, benefited from Ghana Exim Bank's One District, One Factory loans facility, and so did pharmaceutical company Atlantic Life Sciences Limited.
We applied and we got 10 million equivalent in Ghana cedis, 10 million US dollars equivalent in Ghana cedis from the Ghana Exim Bank to do this project. We had identified there was a gap in the sterile preparation market here in the country, the result of which that the country was importing a lot of sterile preparations, and therefore we thought if we could access this funding, we could close that gap. Without a doubt, this is very transformational. I go to the hospitals and I see the availability of drugs, right, available. For a very, very long time, we have on record that Ghana imports about 70% of its infusions. This factory alone can...
On 25th August 2017, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo announced the flagship policy of his government, the One District, One Factory initiative, which was to transform the Ghanaian economy from a raw material import and export base into a predominantly manufacturing, value addition and finished product export-driven sector, leveraging on the comparative advantage of the various districts. Over the last 6 years, the One District, One Factory initiative has been replicated across the length and breadth of the country with over 300 successful projects in many different thematic areas including agriculture, pharmaceutical, technology, and more. The Ghana Exim Bank is a key player in the facilitation of the One District, One Factory program, having successfully funded over 100 projects under the scheme with over $200 million in loans granted.
This is born out of the Act 911 2016 that gives the bank the functions to support the 1D, 1F. As part of our function as a bank is to industrialize Ghana, is to support SMEs and also add value and breaking foreign exchange. For this reason, we thought it wise that for Ghana to be able to have a manufacturing hub and develop the country, 1D, 1F was a good initiative by the President as a state institution to give it the needed support that it requires.
Our success story is shared by some of our beneficiary companies. In the Central region, the Ghana Exim Bank successfully funded Ekumfi Fruit Juice Limited, the largest fruit juice processing factory in West Africa, together with the Central Oil Mills, which processes palm fruits into palm oil and palm cream concentrates, and Farm Fresh, a large-scale poultry farm.
So prior to 2018, so So from 17-18 when we started. What you see here as a Kumfi Fruits and Juices Limited and all that you see on the streets and what we see on the shelves of Walmart were only a dream. And this could only happen because we had an association, a very positive one, with the Ghana Exim Bank, who gave us full funding to begin the project. And then God being so good, here we are.
We received a sum of 17.5 million Ghana cedis from Ghana Exim Bank. And then most of it was used in the acquisition of a tractor for our farms, and then also 2 vehicles in order to aid our palm fruit from our various farms. And also provision for building machineries, and then outgrower programs too as well. Well, I could say one, it's put Central Oil Mills on the map. With our introduction of our Kakum Fresh product, we've been able to gain a substantial share of the palm cream market. In Asamanso district alone, we have 20 direct staff. When you get to inform our other section too, we have about 35 employees over there. When it comes to other indirect employment, we can talk about our outgrowers. We have more than about 50 outgrowers, of which we have supported them with seedlings to make sure that they can also harvest their fruit and bring it to us when it's due.
This farm is the biggest in these vicinities. Presently, we are on 150,000 bales and we have fig beans. So presently, we are producing over 3,000 crates of eggs per day. And we have really helped the youth and the old in this environment. Presently, now the farm.
The inspiration behind Planet One Group is our philosophy from imagination to impact. This principle drives us to continually innovate creatively and efficiently, thereby delivering solutions which positively impact the lives of people around the world. Planet One Group has made positive impacts on developing societies through our innovations in education, agriculture, energy, and natural resources, sectors which play pivotal roles in laying the foundation for the rapid growth and prosperity of nations. Today, we're proud to have delivered successful societal outcomes across North America, United Kingdom, Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Education. Planet One Education enables governments to bring nationwide transformation to their education systems. Its solutions provide a better future across the globe by implementing innovations for the entire education spectrum, from K-12 to employability and higher education. Our interventions address the key educative challenges through accessibility and inclusion, increasing capacity and enrollment, enhanced learning experience, improving employability by leveraging our holistic implementation model involving infrastructure development, technology-enabled teaching and learning solutions, new age content delivery, and competency-based training solutions. Agriculture. The ability to transform agriculture into a productive and thriving pillar of an economy is at the heart of our agriculture offering, which reinvigorates the entire agriculture value chain. Planet One helps governments create well-equipped, technologically advanced facilities that support many small and marginal farmers, improving their yields and incomes. By developing sustainable farm service centers, we empower these marginal farmers across the...
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024, Day 3, Summit of Heads of State and Business Leaders here at Peduase Presidential Lodge. May we kindly request that you take your seats as our program will begin in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're warmly welcome.
Minerals for a cleaner, greener world. and to meet the everyday demands of billions of consumers. Engineering, procurement, and construction. Our EPC and Engineering Solutions business unit spearheads sustainable infrastructure development projects in various countries. Our highly experienced professional teams execute large infrastructure projects from ideation to commissioning on a turnkey basis with single source responsibility. We take pride in our impeccable delivery track record with various governments worldwide.
Ladies and gentlemen, the project has been completed. It has been delivered. I'm happy to state that in spite of the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, Planet One Group has successfully completed the project on time.
Positive social impact and sustained growth are the heart of each project that Planet One undertakes.
The Africa Prosperity Network, in collaboration with the KGL Group, present the Imagine Project, Transforming the Continent. In the heart of Africa lies a transformative initiative being led by the Africa Prosperity Dialogues in capturing the essence of the African dream. It aspires to propel the continent towards prosperity through actionable policies and bankable projects, empowering Africa beyond aid. Imagine policies fostering raw material transformation within Africa, envisioning specialized regional production and manufacturing hubs, fueling our integration into global value chains. With 60% of the world's most fertile yet uncultivated soils, its future is boundless. The continent's agricultural output is anticipated to soar from $280 billion annually to a staggering $1 trillion by the year 2030. Picture Africa refining its resources, oil refineries in Nigeria, platinum in Zimbabwe, copper in Zambia, lithium in Ghana, coltan in the Democratic Republic of Congo, bauxite refineries in Guinea, leveraging industrial advancements to harness the potential of our natural resources effectively. Imagine an interconnected rail network, reducing logistics costs and promoting seamless travel across Africa. Imagine an advanced infrastructure propelling intra-Africa trade. The Imagine project emphasizes STEM education and interoperable systems, where roaming charges are a thing of the past and common payment platform facilitates transactions wherever you are. It envisions regional hubs for electrification, connecting landlocked countries to coastal areas through an African rail network. Picture Africa with its own financial governance, rating agencies, and continental stock exchanges, paving the way for self-sustained growth and reducing reliance on foreign investments. Imagine an Africa with seamless financial transactions, common mobile money platforms, and a unified banking system promoting financial inclusion across the continent. The Imagine project envisions policies supporting African manufacturers, democratizing central bank digital currencies for intra-African trade, and prioritizing access to open markets. Africa's renaissance is underway, a continent unlocking its vast potential across agriculture, mining, technology, oil and gas, industrialization, youth empowerment, and financial sectors. The Imagine project, a realistic vision charting Africa's journey towards a prosperous future. Let's unleash Africa's prosperity and shape the continent's destiny. Delivering prosperity in Africa. Produce. Add value. Trade. The Africa Prosperity Network, in collaboration with the KGL Group, present the Imagine Project, transforming the continent. In the heart of Africa lies a transformative initiative being led by the Africa Prosperity Dialogues in capturing the essence of the African dream. It aspires to propel the continent towards prosperity through actionable policies and bankable projects, empowering Africa beyond aid. Imagine policies fostering raw material transformation within Africa, envisioning specialized regional production and manufacturing hubs, fueling our integration into global value chains. With 60% of the world's most fertile yet uncultivated soils, its future is boundless. The continent's agricultural output is anticipated to soar from $280 billion annually to a staggering $1 trillion by the year 2030. Picture Africa refining its resources, oil refineries in Nigeria, platinum in Zimbabwe, copper in Zambia, lithium in Ghana, coltan in the Democratic Republic of Congo, bauxite refineries in Guinea, leveraging industrial advancements to harness the potential of our natural resources effectively. Imagine an interconnected rail network, reducing logistics costs and promoting seamless travel across Africa. Imagine an advanced infrastructure propelling intra-Africa trade. The Imagine project emphasizes STEM education and interoperable systems, where roaming charges are a thing of the past and common payment platform facilitates transactions wherever you are. It envisions regional hubs for electrification, connecting landlocked countries to coastal areas through an African rail network. Picture Africa with its own financial governance, rating agencies, and continental stock exchanges, paving the way for self-sustained growth and reducing reliance on foreign investments. Imagine an Africa with seamless financial transactions, common mobile money platforms, and a unified banking system promoting financial inclusion across the continent. The Imagine project envisions policies supporting African manufacturers, democratizing central bank digital currencies for intra-African trade, and prioritizing access to open markets. Africa's renaissance is underway, a continent unlocking its vast potential across agriculture, mining, technology, oil and gas, industrialization, youth empowerment, and financial sectors. The Imagine project, a realistic vision charting Africa's journey towards a prosperous future. Let's unleash Africa's prosperity and shape the continent's destiny. Delivering prosperity in Africa. Produce. Add value. Trade. The Africa Prosperity Network, in collaboration with the KGL Group, present the Imagine Project, transforming the continent. In the heart of Africa lies a transformative initiative.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we thank you and warmly welcome you to Accra. May we kindly and respectfully request that you take your seats as we usher in our excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. We are a few minutes away from ushering in our excellencies and starting off the program. Thank you very much.
Recognizing
Ladies and gentlemen, as we await the entrance of our special guests of honor, may I kindly ask you to take your seats. In a few minutes, we'll be joined by some of our special guests of honor. May I kindly request that you take your seats as we await their entrance. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we usher in our excellencies, may I kindly request that you rise and give a resounding round of applause to Her Excellency, the President of Ethiopia. A round of applause to the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. We're also joined by several other excellencies. They are joining us. May I kindly respectfully request that you be upstanding to accord them the due respect. We're also joined by His Excellency, the Secretary General of AfCFTA, Wamkele Mene. We have joining us the Secretary General, Commonwealth and Global Africa Champion Award winner, Her Excellency Baroness Scotland of Astol. Also joining us, ladies and gentlemen, are several other guests of honors. The Vice President of la Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Kone, also joins us this morning. Among our special guests as well, we have the President Chairman of the Board of Directors, African Export-Import Bank, otherwise known as Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Orama. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And if our guests of honor are seated, I would kindly and humbly ask that you also be seated. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as our special guests exchange pleasantries, may we humbly request all phones be on silent during the proceedings of this morning into this afternoon. We humbly also request that at any time when our excellencies have to exit the building, that we remain seated. Cameramen, our friends from the media, may we humbly request that you take your assigned positions during the proceedings, please. Friends from the media, cameramen, photographers, with humility, may we ask that you take your assigned positions during the proceedings. We thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, si vous voulez nous écouter en français, nous avons fourni des appareils de traduction. Donc, pour nous écouter, vous allez appuyer sur le numéro 2 sur ces appareils-là. Voilà, merci beaucoup. For English, please press 1 on the devices that we've provided you. For French, please press 2. For Portuguese, please press 3. And for Arabic, please press 4. Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the business community, social change makers, members of the media, and our very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Presidential and Business Leaders Dialogues at the 2024 Africa Prosperity Dialogues. My name is Prince Moses, and I'm your co-host for today. Africa's economy and the consequent living standards of her 1.4 billion people are in sharp focus. Nearly 40 years after our countries across the continent began deep economic liberalization, the prosperity promised by its architects from the Western Hemisphere has not quite materialized. The Africa Prosperity Dialogues aim to promote new thinking across the continent and shared by all member states of the AfCFTA, a thinking that is actionable in the form of intra-African production, value addition, and trade. A thinking that enhances Africa's single market. But new thinking requires the deconstruction of old ways of thinking. The mandate of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues is to find new pathways for Africa to put to use our vast resources in a collective manner for collective benefit. Today's session, the last of 3 days of most enlightened and actionable dialogues, will call on the continent's leaders to incorporate the results of the dialogues engaged in over the past few days into state and multilateral policy. Our outcome document, which will lead to the compact for further presentation at the AU Extraordinary Meeting of Heads of States in February, will be shared. 60 years ago, the then President of Ghana and original proponent of a united Africa, Kwame Nkrumah, famously announced that Ghana looks neither to the left nor to the right, but forward. Now it is time for Africa to look neither left nor right, but inwards in order to go forward. And with that, Your Excellencies, please allow me to introduce my co-host, Anita Eskin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to ask you to look to the person to your right and say, you are the Africa we've been waiting for. Don't worry if they're allies. After all, Africa is the birthplace of all humanity. And now you look to the person on your left and you'll say, before we leave here, we will change the narrative of Africa. Before we leave here, we will change the narrative of Africa. And now, I ask you to give yourselves the loudest and the wildest resounding round of applause. It's got to be a little louder than that. Because it's taken us years, as my good brother Prince Moses has said, to reach this very moment where in the belly and the bosom of our beautiful continent called Africa, we've got it all. But ladies and gentlemen, throughout the program today, you'll be hearing what it is that we have, what it is that we must keep, and where our true prosperity lies. But also please allow me to break protocol to give a warm welcome to His Excellency the President of Guyana. Please warmly welcome him with a resounding round of applause, whom we met in Guyana a few months ago. The story of Africa can be told in many ways. It can be told in film, it can be told in politics, it can be told any which way you like, even in sport, even though the Black Stars are back home, but that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, we are starting the story of Africa through the power of narrative, So as we start officially, please allow me to bring to the stage none other but the global African extraordinary demonstration of the beauty and the power of this extraordinary continent. It is the Voices of Urgency, the Africa We Deserve, an act by Chief Momen and the Bamboo Ensemble. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome them.
Notre pays produit suffisamment de quoi nous nourrir. Nous pouvons dépasser même notre production, malheureusement. Par manque d'organisation, nous sommes encore obligés de tendre la main pour demander des aides alimentaires. Ces aides alimentaires qui nous bloquent, qui nous inspirent, qui installent dans nos esprits cette habitude, ces réflexes de mendiants, d'assister. Nous devons mettre de côté ces aides par notre grande production. Il faut réussir à produire plus. Produire plus. Produire plus.
By the year 2050, Africa's youth population may hit 850 million. They say this will be the greatest youth population ever, anywhere, anytime, in human history. That's right. This is a test. We either stand at the thresholds of Africa's greatest promise about to be ushered in its finest force, or we will be witnessing an African ticking time bomb. Ticking to explosion. I am the bomb, ticking towards Armageddon. My frustration is atomic. Combined with my anger and hunger is a deadly fusion. I am radioactive, ready to explode. I will burn down everything, nothing, and nobody will be safe from my incinerating wrath. My radiation will spread far and wide. My radiation will spread far and wide. My radiation will spread far and wide, affecting not only the continent, but then the world. We have a choice to harness the promise or trigger the explosion. And so we ask, are we bold enough? Are we visionary enough? Are we capable enough to take the right steps today to deliver Africa's prosperity tomorrow?
Africa we want. If time travel were truly possible, if you could dissolve yourself back into the past or ahead into the future, where would you go? When in time would you go? Today, come with me to the 27th of January 2224, exactly 200 years from now, at a time when we have finally delivered the Africa we want, where the United States of Africa is the biggest economy in the world, where our GDP is the biggest GDP in the world, where African leaders gather to discuss how they can provide relief packages for other distressed countries in the world, where the African continent has the highest, strongest, and most productive population, youth population in the world, where African institutions like the Afreximbank are the biggest trade banks in the world, financing trade not just on the continent but around the world, where the people back in the future will say 200 years ago African leaders across different sectors never disappointed and that they walked the talk. And so today, if we have gathered, we are asking you to write your name in the book of legacy, so that when that roll call is mentioned 200 years from now, you and all of you played a role in delivering the Africa that we indeed want. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Africa we want.
We've been dreaming, we've been dreaming. We've been screaming, we've been screaming.
Chasing.
We've been chasing, we've been chasing and fighting, fighting. The Africa we want. Africa we want. Africa we want. The Africa we want. We've been dreaming, we've been dreaming. We've been screaming, we've been screaming. We've been chasing, we've been chasing, fighting, fighting. Africa we want.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Chief Moment and the Bamboo Ensemble, singing gloriously the Africa we want. What is that Africa? What does it look like? The answer to that question is why we are here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring to the podium the founder and executive chairman, Africa Prosperity Network, also known as APN. Please, with a warm welcome, bring to the stage Mr. Gabby Otchere-Darko. I think Gabby wants it a little louder, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Welcome, Gabby.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, I must confess, I'm pretty terrible when it comes to salutations. So I will say, Your Excellencies, heads of state, leaders of government, ministers, I think I'm doing well. Members from the diplomatic corps, business leaders, thought leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Clap for myself. Where we are today is called the Peduase Lodge. It was, over 60 years ago, the official retreat of Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah. So being here today is a continuation of the dream of those men and women who fought for Africa's independence from colonialization and who believed that the best route for Africa was to unite. And to quote Nkrumah then, Nkrumah said, "For centuries, Africa has been the milk cow of the Western world. We have the resources. It was colonialism in the first place that prevented us from accumulating the effective capital. But we ourselves have failed to make full use of our power and independence to mobilize our resources for the most effective takeoff into thoroughgoing economic and social development. A union that ignores these fundamental necessities will be but a sham. It is only by uniting our productive capacity and the resultant production that we can amass capital. And once we start, the momentum will increase. With capital controlled by our banks, harnessed to our own through industrial and agricultural development, we shall make our advance." This was 61 years ago in Addis Ababa. And the difference then was that, to quote Nkrumah again, he said the social and economic development of Africa will come only within the political kingdom, not the other way round. However, this was over 60 years ago. But 6 years ago in Kigali, there was palpable enthusiasm, and perhaps an enthusiasm that we'd never seen on this continent from our political leaders when it came to the time to sign up to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The speed with which they signed up to that document, the document that said that it is not necessarily the political freedom that we should seek, but our economic freedom. And that the best way to achieve that economic freedom should be through economic integration. And economic integration is understanding that our economies on their own, individually, still based on the maps that were drawn some centuries ago in Berlin, is not the way to go. But that we should have an Africa without borders. An Africa where every African is a citizen of the continent. An Africa where even global Africans, and by global Africans we mean our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, are citizens of this continent. An Africa where we know that we have the resources, but the most important resource that we must employ is how we work together, how we think together, how we plan together, and deliver together for the shared prosperity that Africans want, that Africans deserve, and that Africans can. And that's why we are here. We are here today to give implementation to what the political leaders gave us in Kigali. They've given us a roadmap to unite. And that roadmap to unity is through economic empowerment, economic integration. And if that is to happen, it is not the political leaders who will make it happen. It is the business leaders. And in this room, there are business leaders from north of Africa. There are business leaders from east of Africa. There are business leaders from West Africa. There are business leaders from Southern Africa. There are business leaders from Central Africa. And of course, there are business leaders from global Africa. And if all these business leaders begin to see themselves as one unit, to think together, plan together, work together on how, with urgency, we deliver this promise. We deliver this roadmap that's been offered to us by the political leaders. I think we will get there. AfCFTA will not be delivered by the politicians. They have given us the roadmap. It is for the business leaders of this continent. And I see some of them here. I see Wale Tinubu. I see Karim Kola. And when I look here, there's Julius Mwale. I see, of course, there are even some who are business leaders and are also politicians, like the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Egypt, and also one of the richest and most industrial leaders on our continent, Mohamed Inni. So there are leaders here, those who take decisions that employ people, those who take decisions that feed us, because they are the runners and drivers of the private sector, the runners and drivers of the economy. We have leaders, of course, like Professor Orama, who has shown that Africa, we can create and build the capacity to finance our transformation. And he has not only shown it on this continent, he has shown that there's one Africa, and there's one destiny, and there's one future. And that includes even global Africa. So, the reason why we have the Africa Prosperity Dialogues is not just another talk shop. It's a place where we say that, look, we have a plan, because we know that it is only through the single market that we can achieve the prosperity that has eluded the majority of our people for all these centuries, for all these decades, and for all these years. But we are there. Some of us in this room, and I believe most of us in this room, believe that this is Africa's century. This is Africa's century, because what we have everything that we require to make it. But what we require now is how we work together. How we work together. I have a saying that I'd rather have 10% of 100 than 100% of 100. What it means is that I share my risks. What it means is that I share my knowledge, and then we bring together our collective knowledge. Whether I have the 10% of the 100, the others with the other 10% will bring their knowledge, their expertise, and then we benefit together. So that's why we are here. Why is it that our commercial banks prefer to fund importation rather than manufacturing? We should ask ourselves those questions. What is it that they require the politicians to do in order for them to do what is required to add value to our economy? Why is it that when I travel to the UK, I can make calls from my Ghanaian phone and be charged roaming, and that money will go to perhaps the entity over there? But when I'm in Nigeria or Kenya, I can't have interoperability. Within Europe, there are no roaming charges, but on the continent, there are roaming charges. What is it that stops us from being able to transfer money from Ghana to Nigeria, from Nigeria to Kenya, on that device that has shown in Africa that is one of the easiest ways to share and spread prosperity on our continent, the mobile phone? What is stopping us from having interoperability on the continent? Sitting here is the governor of the Bank of Ghana, the first country that introduced interoperability among the networks on our continent or in the country. It happened here a few years ago, led by the president, his vice president, and of course, the governor of the central bank. If we can have interoperability within a map drawn by our colonial masters, then what stops us from having interoperability within the geographical landmass, which is Africa? It is but political will. It is but political will. Because when we have interoperability, the small business person who sells on the streets of Accra and sends money to his family in Mali or in Dakar can do so without having to go to do an exchange and find a vehicle that will take the money to them abroad. If we do so, the small trader in Nairobi can buy from Joburg without having to go through the dollar. These are questions, the answers are within us and with us. It's about political leadership. It's about businesses being able to articulate what they require from the political leaders. And it's about the political leaders being able to tell business that these are our expectations. So we are here today. We've had 2 days of talk. But the talk that we had were actionable talk. They were talks that if we believe in ourselves, believe in the economic integration project of Africa, that we can implement. So I thank you very much, all of you, for being here. And I hope we'll have fruitful discussions. Later on, the outcome of the 3-day retreat will be presented to this forum and debated. And once we agree on it, it will form what the President of the Republic calls the Pediatric Compact. And with that compact, we believe that our political leaders and our business leaders will show commitment, because we need to deliver the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve, and the Africa that we know we can. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabby Otchere-Darko, founder and chief, of course, executive chairman of Africa's Prosperity Network. And now we pivot into a conversation about using more public-private partnerships to tackle Africa's infrastructural deficit. And to make that announcement, to make that speech and presentation, please warmly welcome Mr. Kwame Naduka, the CEO of Development Bank, Ghana. You may use this one, sir.
Thank you. So I'm going to follow Gabby's cue, and Your Excellencies, heads of state, ministers, business and thought leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Thank you. What I'd like to do is just spend a few minutes talking about something that's critically important for the continent, which is in our quest to propel Africa towards a future of prosperity and growth. But before we address the issue of public-private partnerships, I think there's unanimous agreement that the change that we need and the change that we require will come from the private sector. So today we focus on public-private partnerships in Africa with a spotlight a little bit on Ghana to give us some context. These partnerships represent a crucial investment model where the merging of public objectives and private capital must create tangible results. So firstly, let's look at the potential of public-private partnerships and how they add value. This is not new to Africa, but its potential remains largely untapped. PPPs have demonstrated the ability to mobilize investments, bring in technical expertise, and accelerate project completion. To give some impression and some context, the investment scale today, as of 2023 in Ghana, was about 24.17 billion, of which was about 23 projects. And this showcases the private sector's ability to generate substantial funds, a task often challenging for the private sector. It also shows project diversity. We have a wide range of projects from ports to infrastructure, demonstrating the ability to meet diverse public needs and bring specialized expertise and innovation across various sectors. Government's contribution in this is about risk sharing and supporting essential public welfare projects, making them more valuable for private investment. And then there's revenue, which is all important. Revenue from concession fees. In Ghana, I think last year was about 18.1 million in fees from projects like the Takrady liquid bulk terminal, which underlines a direct financial benefit to the public sector. And these funds are available for reinvestment in public services or other critical infrastructures. So what are the pitfalls if it's all working so well? One, as Gabby went through, is the complex regulatory environment. The main challenge is the complexity and inconsistency of regulatory frameworks across different African countries. And effective PPPs require clear, consistent, and supportive legal and regulatory environments. And to that extent, the vision and now the implementation of AfCFTA becomes critical in delivering this reality. The visa-free that was mentioned by our president is also another example of how the political will and the commitment is moving us towards effective PPP. Other issues clearly are political and economic instability, financial and capital constraints of government, and limited success examples. So as we look forward, and as we look forward as a collaborative group, the discussion and debate about, is there a better approach to PPP? What's a more effective strategy that can be proposed by this collaboration? And this approach involves a clear division of responsibilities, where government focuses on creating an enabling environment and mobilizing revenue through taxation and concessions, while the private sector, what it does best, drawing in investments and providing expertise. Some examples of how this approach can be more beneficial. Where we see successful PPPs is where government focuses on delivering clear and stable and supportive policies. We see also where there's a focus on mobilizing revenue directly through taxation, which effectively makes them major partners in whatever PPP project that we're working on. But the private sector role becomes more critical when we go beyond investment and expertise. As a bank, we see the private sector role not only in supporting the actual project, but again in developing a community and supporting the smaller entrepreneurs in that environment or in that community. And that distinction is important because effectively we're in the jobs business and we're in the wealth business. And we believe at development banks, etc., that one of the greatest ways of developing a community and allowing the community to grow is by using mature companies, mature farmers to develop and build the more holistic community. And in that respect, when we lend to these more larger companies, we ask at the same time to develop a community program. That works in terms of developing risk allocation, and also helping with management. So with all development banks, one of the things that we see primarily is the development bank's role in developing private-public partnerships. Because the role of a development bank is effectively a super convener. We are uniquely positioned as development banks as a mediator between the public and private sectors, purely due to our structure. Although we operate as a private entity, our shareholder tends to be government, and is government in Ghana's case. And that gives a unique advantage in fostering collaborations between these two critical sectors. As a super convener, we bring together the banks, we bring together the private sector, and we also bring together government. So our role as a catalyst in this partnership can be exemplified by initiatives such as we discussed the Ghana Integrated Financial Ecosystem, which is a system that was a brainchild of the Central Bank of Ghana, and that in combination with the Monetary Authority of Singapore is a prime example of how we can facilitate collaboration across sectors. It's a platform that bridges the gap between financial institutions and businesses, but also integrates government agencies and national data centers like the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Registrar General's Department, and the National Identification Authority. This integration allows for a seamless and more efficient process. The result in the last 6 months is over 4,000 businesses, private sector received financial training, and even in the short time, several millions of cedis have been disbursed to support the private sector through the platform. The other example is particularly in the transformative sector of agriculture. And there we're working to transform the agricultural value chain and moving from fragmented lending and working together again with both the public and the private sector and the banking sector to develop maize, rice, poultry, cassava, and soya. And through these initiatives, we work collaboratively effectively with government agencies in the private sector to implement impactful policies and structures. Key example where we made great progress is the rice value chain. So in partnership with the Ghana incentive-based risk sharing system, GERSO, for agricultural lending, we're working with government agencies and selected private institutions to transform Ghana's rice value chain. Now this involves improving access to finance for farmers, introducing better farming technologies, and creating linkages right from the grower all the way to the off-taker. And we've already begun work on this, and we're looking to develop that program, and we hope to be able to build food security in terms of rice within the next 3 years. Equally with this is the focus on research policy implementation, enhancing productivity and market access, and collaboration, of course, with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Commodities Exchange through this program. So these are a couple of the effective ways in which we believe that development banks can play that role. And in conclusion, the journey of public-private partnerships in Africa, especially in Ghana, underscores that critical lesson. Impactful development requires significant commitment from all sides. Public-private partnerships have shown their strength in mobilizing resources, diversifying projects, and enabling government support. Yet we know they face challenges. And so, to harness their full potential, we prescribe a balanced approach where governments create stable policy environments and the private sector contributes investment and expertise. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duka. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to share a few words, please welcome, joining us virtually, the Assistant Secretary General and Director, Regional Bureau for Africa, UNDP, Ahuna Eziakonwa.
Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you to our host, Ghana, for this brilliant initiative on exploring pathways to a prosperous Africa. We have spent decades managing poverty in Africa, and that approach has not really borne much fruit. Now is the time to act on building economies that produce a shared prosperity where no one is left behind. And now is the time to make Africa's resources work for most Africans, not just for a few. Now is the time, ladies and gentlemen, to invest in the emergence of a people's economy. So today we ask, what will it take? In our view, high productivity, value addition, regional integration. And this is why today we have to continue to celebrate and to work on the prospects that we have in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It still is the thing that holds the key to Africa's prosperity if we do it right. Regional integration and the AfCFTA will draw attention to the fundamentals of human development, which we sometimes forget. So on the continent of Africa, from cocoa to lithium, cotton to maize, medicines to fertilizer, all can be produced in Africa. But more importantly, they can also be processed in Africa. And this is a necessary ingredient for prosperity to become a reality on the continent. So let me share maybe 4 elements that I think are really crucial for consideration in this dialogue as we undertake the development journey in Africa. The first is that I think we need to go to scale on agriculture and non-agricultural production. What comes to mind when I think of scale is transformation, modernization, and digitalization. But we must power this with affordable energy access, including renewable energy, of course. We have to have state-of-the-art transportation, ICT, logistics, and political systems that facilitate economic governance. Second is that we need to build the bridge from agricultural productivity to industrialization. Not just in policy, and we have loads of policy on this, but in action. We must unleash the power of the industrial zones, the special economic zones, and the export processing zones that are being tested out across the continent. And here we need affordable financing. The third is that we do need investment from both within the continent and outside the continent. This requires shifting our eyes to Africans as the targets for the multiple incentives that governments currently dish out to big corporates. Today, Africa has small, medium enterprises that are the heartbeat of our economies and are largely responsible for job creation on the continent. They need to be taken seriously when it comes to creating the right fiscal conditions that allow them to flourish. Africa also now boasts of its own unicorns, its own billionaires, and its own millionaires. They have to be brought into the development room to play their part in ensuring that wealth creation touches lives in both rural and urban areas. They too can be part of the Made in Africa revolution. Fourth and finally, we need to do more than beat the drum on AfCFTA's promise. In this room, we have the decision makers. And these decision makers can make this happen. So, in 2024, I want to propose that we start holding each other accountable in these forums. What is our pledge? Are we in? I can tell you, as for UNDP, you can continue to count on us. We're all in. We are present on the ground in every country on the African continent. And we're completely sold on the development promise of this agenda. So with that, I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to offer some remarks and wish you a really lively and productive dialogue.
Colonial commercial dynamics still undergird our economies, where we export our crude oil and import finished petroleum products. This is indeed very costly to our macroeconomic environment, but some influential Africans are changing this dynamic. Wale Tinubu is CEO of Owando PLC, which is a leading African energy solutions provider, and counting among his continental and international recognitions, including Entrepreneur of the Year, African Business Leader of the Year, and even some time back, Global Young Leader of the Year. Wale Tinubu is not only one of the most influential energy entrepreneurs on the continent, he's also very invested in education. Ladies and gentlemen, a message from Wale Tinubu, who will join us on the stage.
Excellencies, here present, ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the African Prosperity Network for giving the private sector a voice. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement has set the tone. The presidents indeed, the leaders of our continent indeed, have created a path for us to follow through. And Africa, without a shadow of doubt, needs to act on this. 70% of intercontinental trade exists in the EU, in Europe in general. 60% continental trade is in Asia. Indeed, they trade with themselves. And you have 50% of intracontinental trade in the US, which basically means that value is kept within those continents and value is not lost. Africa is 3% of global GDP. Accordingly, it is critical that we start to trade actively amongst ourselves. Unfortunately, colonial restrictions in the way our port systems are designed to export, colonial restrictions in the way our road and railways lead to ports for export as opposed to interconnect the continent have been a challenge for us. And infrastructure costs money. And accordingly, Africans have waited consistently for roads, railways, and port systems to be integrated in a way and manner to create trade. Now, infrastructure takes time and takes money. We don't have to wait for infrastructure to be taken. I think one of the key things the private sector seeks in its support from our leaders here present, as well as the leaders of the African Union, is the quick wins. The software can be dealt with, and the software includes very, very basic things like travel. We need to be able to move within the continent as business people. A foreign businessman with an EU passport or US passport has better access to the 54 African nations than an African. I need a visa to go to Egypt, I need a visa to go to South Africa, I need a visa to go to over 50% of the countries that exist in Africa. Certainly, without a shadow of doubt, nations have made great steps. Ghana has made great steps in making access and travel easier. Rwanda has made great steps. Kenya and other countries. And there have been regional groupings like ECOWAS and SADC and COMISA who have allowed travel within their regions. It's time those barriers are broken, and those barriers need to be broken immediately. Similarly, ports and trade simplicity. Regulations regarding our goods and services need to be harmonized and harmonized quickly. I refer to the software because the software doesn't cost us money. It requires courage. It requires us dropping those hitherto restrictive and fearsome policies that have divided the continent towards saying now is the time to act. We need to be able to say our ports should be open, regulations should be simplified, and we should be able to move goods and services around the country. Other aspects in terms of which can be immediately affected is currency. We lose $5 billion a year on the continent converting our currencies. We have 44 different currencies on the continent. Intra-African trade will not be possible without us dealing with the issue of having a common currency or common systems of trade. And I must commend the African Export-Import Bank for the PAPS system, which has already been launched, but unfortunately is yet to be adopted by central banks and countries. Indeed, it's facing resistance. Nigeria, for example, where I come from, hasn't onboarded it as a means of currency. So the small and medium-scale entrepreneurs who need to trade between themselves, unfortunately, will have to convert from one local currency, usually, unfortunately, to an external currency, the dollar, before they convert back to the purchase currency of where they are going to buy goods and services. Once again, losing value to the another leakage to intercontinental trade. So that needs to be dealt with. We have digitalization to do. We've all created mobile phone systems across the country, across our continent, which work. It's time to unify some of these services so that we can actively trade between ourselves. The list goes on, but the point is that we do need to harmonize regulatory frameworks, standards, qualities, weights, and measures. And we've had similar things done at the regional stage in ECOWAS, with the Common External Tariff in COMESA and in SADC, but it's time that all these came together as one. Thereafter, of course, the next step will be our infrastructure. The infrastructure, and I'm really happy the last speaker spoke about public and private sector partnerships. Really, the fastest means of achieving the development of our infrastructure is through public and private sector partnerships. Great things are happening on the continent. The continent is creating substantial capacity amongst its private sector. I mean, in Nigeria, where I come from, we've become cement self-sufficient with local production. We've become rice self-sufficient. We've become, oil products. 35% of our country's oil production is now done by indigenous companies, and indigenous companies are creating scale. So whenever I hear stories of a multinational divesting, I don't see it as a challenge or a problem. I see it as an opportunity for African businesses to step up and participate. I say a big thank you for our leaders in giving us the chance to do that. Public-private sector partnerships will make a difference in terms of roads. Roads can be tolled, the private sector can get involved in ensuring that every single country is linked and the border crossings are prioritized. Border crossings are digitalized, and we have a free flow of trade that goes on. The same things will also happen in most other areas. For example, we've already started in the oil sector with the West African gas pipeline, where we've linked 7 countries, and we are exchanging trade. The West African Power Project also has linked several countries in there. And I believe, without a shadow of doubt, allowing the private sector to participate truly allows capital flows to come in to an otherwise captive environment in which public sector financing has always been the source. And private sector financing also creates sustainability, because effectively what you do, what is financed is financing can be raised from global sources, and financing is raised with a return in mind. And what provides returns, future returns in funding, really gets long-term support. On that note, I say thank you to the conference conveners and our leaders here present, and we look forward to a very prosperous, integrated African continental free trade area. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, has been a real champion of African prosperity. As partner of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, he has been very hands-on in the Single Market Project, and his contribution to the African Prosperity Network Secretariat is invaluable. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome this African champion to the podium.
Thank you, Sean. Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, the President of the Parliament of Algeria, the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Egypt, leaders from the private sector, leaders from development finance institutions that are with us today, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, honorable ministers, excellencies that are representing their heads of states, your excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be with you again this morning. I want to start, if I may, by appreciating His Excellency President Akufo-Addo for hosting us here at the presidential retreat. As I was listening to the analysis of Africa's challenges and the tools that are available for us to overcome those challenges, it was apparent to me that as a continent, of course, much has to be done. But since May 1963, in that historic city of Addis Ababa, where our founding mothers and fathers established the Organization of African Unity, 61 years later, I believe we can declare that from a political perspective, we have achieved the results that they set out, except one, and that is the integration, the economic integration of our continent. And so we have a very unique opportunity in the African Continental Free Trade Area to conclude the work that our founding mothers and fathers set out. It has been mentioned yesterday and the day before, the challenge of currency fragmentation, over-reliance on the export of unprocessed goods to mainly countries of the North, sustaining the colonial economic model over the last 60 years. Of course, fragmentation of Africa's markets along borders, investment markets, investment rules that are fragmented, all of these factors combined constraining Africa's growth and development. And so in Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, embedded in it, one of the flagship projects is the African Continental Free Trade Area. We have taken some steps over the last 3 to 4 years to accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA. Professor Orama, I am sure, will mention that last year, the year before here, in Accra, Ghana, we established and launched the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which should enable and does enable trading in local currency, reducing the cost of trade to small medium enterprises, to young entrepreneurs across the African continent. And when you consider the fact that in 2019 alone, as Africans, we traded $19.5 billion on SWIFT. Certainly, the absence of a platform that enhances cost-effective trade is a significant barrier to Africa's prosperity. And so, with the implementation of the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which we are very proud to be a partner of, which was endorsed by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, we believe that one of the critical objectives of the Organization of African Unity is on track to be met. Our continent has over 60% of the world's arable land, remaining arable land. Over 35% minerals of the world are in our continent. It is of course true that over the last 60 years, we have had a deficit in industrial capacity and a deficit in the capacity to process these raw minerals. But we have an opportunity, and I will mention just one, and that is lithium. Of the top 5 lithium producing countries in the world, 3 are on the African continent, positioning us as Africans to be well poised to influence the direction of global industrial development of the automotive sector. As the automotive sector globally transitions from combustion engines to electric powered vehicles, that places the African continent at the center of global industrialization. And so our development finance institutions, I know some of them are here, are working very hard to deploy capital to ensure that the capacity to process these minerals here on the African continent, that capacity sees fruition. In the area of digitization, soon, next month, in Addis Ababa, our heads of states will adopt the protocol on women and youth in trade, as well as the protocol on digital trade. The African continent is a leader in mobile banking, digital-based, enabled financial services. But this innovation and competitiveness in digital-based financial services happened in the absence of a regulatory framework that enhances and encourages that innovation in financial services powered by digitization to happen. The beneficiaries, the most immediate beneficiaries of these 2 protocols that I've mentioned must be small medium enterprises that are led by women, and must be young entrepreneurs, particularly in the area of digitization of Africa's economy. Of course, there are significant challenges that remain. As much as we've made progress, challenges remain. The cost of trade finance continues to be prohibitive. The visa requirements, I was very pleased, as I'm sure you were too, when His Excellency President Akufo-Addo announced that soon Ghana will join Rwanda, Kenya in enabling visa-free travel into their countries. The other challenge, of course, is the cost of infrastructure, which is estimated to be at over $150 billion annually. And so on the face of it, the cost of infrastructure is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for us to mobilize our private sector resources, pension funds, private equity funds, to deploy this capital in trade supporting infrastructure. And we have begun to see that. Over the last, since its establishment, Afreximbank has deployed over $20 billion in trade supporting infrastructure. Over the last 5 years, African Development Bank has invested over $45 billion in trade supporting infrastructure. I have the honor and the privilege to travel around the continent, and I see these infrastructure developments and the impact that they make on small medium enterprises in particular. And so we have to continue to work together to mobilize resources and to mobilize investment in trade supporting infrastructure for the benefit of small medium enterprises, of young entrepreneurs. Let me end on this note. The World Bank projects and estimates that by the year 2035, where we implement the AfCFTA, as we should, aggressively, we position our continent to see benefits of over $450 billion to our combined GDP, consumer spending and business spending, increasing intra-Africa trade by over 50%, lifting 100 million Africans out of poverty, extreme poverty and abject poverty, and contributing to a reduction in the gender salary gap. And by their estimates, the most immediate beneficiaries where we implement this agreement are small medium enterprises that are led by women. And so it is absolutely critical that in this dialogue, as we seek to find solutions to these challenges, and we deploy the African Continental Free Trade Area as a tool that was foreseen in May 1963 in Addis Ababa, that at the fore of the benefits must be young entrepreneurs, must be small medium enterprises that are led by women who contribute over 60% to Africa's GDP, employing over 465 million Africans. These must be the immediate beneficiaries of a continental free trade area as they power and drive the integration of our continent. And so I very much am hopeful about the future of our continent. 27 years from now, the turn of the century, by the year 2050, as we heard yesterday, the largest working force in the world will be African. The youngest population in the world will be African. At that time, our continent is projected to have a combined GDP of 16.5 trillion United States dollars, meaning that we potentially can be the sixth or the seventh largest economy in the world at that time. But of course, we're not going to reach these objectives and these projections where we continue to be fragmented, where we continue to sustain a colonial economic model, the colonial economic model that existed for so many years. As I said, I am extremely hopeful. The political will is there. The political commitment of our heads of states is there. We are accelerating our dialogue and interaction with the private sector as a critical pillar of implementation of the AfCFTA. And it is very, very important that the private sector contributes not only investment, but also contributes intellectual leadership to this continental project. So I want to once again appreciate the partnership with Africa Prosperity Network and the presidency of the Republic of Ghana for convening us here for the second edition of this important dialogue. The heads of states of the African Union last year received the compact document from President Akufo-Addo. It has now become, our discussions here and the outcomes here become part of the agenda of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. So your contribution is very, very important and does indeed reach the decision makers on our continent. And so I end on this note, and I wish all of us very good deliberations for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency Wamkele Mene, we thank you very much for your kind words and, of course, your calls to action. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to bring to the stage the Secretary General of the Commonwealth and, of course, Global Africa Champion Award winner. With a lot of honor and respect, I want you to give her a resounding round of applause. And she's in the person of Her Excellency, Baroness Scotland of Asthall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her onto the stage.
Let me acknowledge, albeit in absentia, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be with you this morning. Mr. President, I offer you my personal thanks for your leadership, for your commitment to our Commonwealth family, and for the warm and generous welcome your government and the people of Ghana have always extended to me. To be in Accra is always a delight, and I extend my deep appreciation to the Africa Prosperity Network and its Advisory Council for selecting me as the first recipient of the Global Champions Award. To stand on the same platform with such great champions of Africa, not least my dear friend and fellow Caribbean, His Excellency, the President of Guyana, Ifran Ali. It is a great and profound honor which I accepted with humility and heartfelt gratitude. The Africa Prosperity Network's impact runs deep, based on a clear vision to promote Africa beyond aid, reshaping the way people think about this great continent and supporting leaders as they take bold steps forward in trade, commerce, economic policies, political conduct, and culture, which will surely bring prosperity to the peoples of Africa. Your vision and your work reflects the power and potential of a continent which is rising. We live in a turbulent and troubled world. We are facing economic and environmental crises and threats to our collective security, which are complex, interlinked, persistent, and grave. None of us are out of their reach, and none of us can escape their impact. At the same time, we have more tools to face these crises than at any other time in human history. The stock of our collective genius, the relentless accelerating power of technological progress, and the connections between principles and between peoples have never been greater. It is the determination to face these crises together and to seize these opportunities together which has shaped my tenure as Commonwealth Secretary General, just as my determination to stand up against injustice and my faith in the power of people to create change have shaped my life. I feel blessed to be standing here today with you in this most brilliant space, this wonderful lodge, this place of substance, this place of peace, amongst leaders and pioneers who represent the promise of Africa's future prosperity. Each of us here knows that Africa is already leading. Last year, sub-Saharan Africa and African countries grew at more than twice the pace of advanced economies. Through the energy transition, the oil and gas value chain, and by enhancing intra- and inter-African trade under the Continental Free Trade Agreement, you are driving a new way of doing business. And with youth making up 60% of sub-Saharan African population, the future is full of promise, energy, and enterprise. African Commonwealth countries are leading this trend. 15 of the 21 Commonwealth economies will experience higher growth, a higher growth rate than the global average in the next 2 years. And your place within the Commonwealth offers a profound advantage. We are all part of a family of 2.5 billion people in 56 nations, spread across the 5 continents and all the great basins of our one shared oceans. We share history, we share interests, we share advantages, and above all, we share indelible values to which we all subscribe and aspire. We stand together. We work together. We do business at 21% lower cost than countries outside the Commonwealth. We grow together to an astonishing 150 trillion US dollars in combined physical, natural, and human capital since I became Secretary General in 2016. And we face the challenges of the world together. Today, in this technological and data-driven world, in 2024, the Commonwealth Programme of support, assistance, and leadership for and with our member states is more comprehensive and more impactful than at any time in our 75-year history. From tackling climate change, boosting economic and building resilience, to strengthening democracy, enhancing justice, and protecting peace. The Commonwealth is not only your friend and ally, but your committed and determined partner. And we are working relentlessly across this magnificent continent to deliver real benefits through harnessing artificial intelligence, unlocking climate finance, strengthening our collective voice in trade negotiations, and so much more. This is vital work. And whilst I have no doubt that we will continue to make real progress, we know that in truth, it will never end. The path towards the betterment of ourselves and a more peaceful, prosperous, sustainable world, indeed a more perfect world for all our brothers and sisters, will always stretch into the distance. None of us can walk that path all the way to the end at least not in this life. But each of us, in our behavior and our labor, can accelerate our collective progress on that journey by staying true to our values, by putting others before ourselves, by choosing courage over timidity, by unashamedly embodying the hope that our best days lie ahead. The test of time proves too much for us all, but it will never be too much for our values. They transcend, they must endure, and they must continue to guide us in both thought and action. At our heads of government meeting in Samoa, Commonwealth leaders will choose a new Secretary General, an African Secretary General. To guide our great global family towards the end of this decade and into the next. In itself, this is an expression of Africa's rising global influence. With 21 of our 56 members, Africa's voice within the Commonwealth is stronger than ever before. And as we have shown with apartheid, with climate change, with innovation, trade, and the creation of the Sustainable Development Goals, Commonwealth leadership can be decisive for the whole world. At the same time, Africa's wider influence is finally being realized, not least through the African Union's formal incorporation into the G20, which we should now call the G21. Not since this continent gave birth to humanity itself has Africa been in a better position to shape the direction of human history and civilization. And it is you, the leaders, the entrepreneurs, the networks, the institutions, and policymakers who hold the keys. And I have an unshakable faith that you will seize the power of this moment with the urgency our collective context demands, and the same energy and purpose which defines the spirit of this great occasion. I offer you my prayers for you, for the government and people of Ghana, and the 1.3 billion people who make up this magnificent continent. We can be the future we choose if we decide to walk together. And so may African solidarity, Commonwealth solidarity remain always strong. And may God continue to bless you all. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, Baroness Scotland of Athol. Rapporteurs have been working around the clock since the dialogues began. So the first 2 days of the dialogues have culminated in an outcome document, the outcome document of the 2024 Policy and Business Leaders Dialogues. This document, which will lead to the compact, will be presented to the AU 37th Extraordinary Meeting of Heads of State at the African Union for adoption. Special Advisor to the President on the SDGs. He has held several high-level positions at the UN, and he is a member of the Africa Prosperity Network's Advisory Council. His name is Dr. Eugene Owusu. He will be doing the presentation of the outcome document. A round of applause.
Thank you so much, Prince Moses. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct pleasure to read the outcome document emanating from the two-day retreat of African policy and business leaders. Preamble. The 2024 Africa Prosperity Dialogue APD, held from the 25th to the 27th of January 2024 at the Peduase Presidential Lodge at the Ebru Hills in Ghana, builds on the successes of the 2023 APD. As with the previous dialogue, the 2024 APD was held under the distinguished patronage of His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana, under the theme, Delivering Prosperity in Africa, Produce, Add Value, and Trade. The 2024 Africa Prosperity Dialogue, dubbed the Peduase Summit, was organized jointly by the Africa Prosperity Network, the Government of Ghana, and the Secretariat of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, in partnership with the United Nations in Ghana, the United Nations Development Programme, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, World Food Programme, the Africa Business Council, the Africa Development Bank, the Africa Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, the Africa American Institute, Africa Soft Power, Oxford Business Group, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. The Africa Prosperity Dialogues adopted a forward-looking approach on unearthing actionable recommendations to address challenges that are well documented, including fragmented value chains, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to finance, unfavorable regulatory frameworks and policies, and low technology adoption. Excellencies, the conversation over the past 2 days, highlighted uncommon insights and the critical enablers that serve as a roadmap to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA agreement and to deliver prosperity in Africa through increased productivity, through value addition, and indeed through enhanced trade. Excellencies, here are the key recommendations from the retreat. On the subject of doing business differently, adding value to what we produce. Herein are the recommendations. 1, African countries should bolster their trade facilitation efforts, simplifying customs procedures, reducing trade barriers, and standardizing regulations will significantly enhance Africa's integration into regional and global value chains. 2, African countries should intensify their efforts towards industrialization and economic diversification. Encouraging diversified and value-added manufacturing can propel African nations up the value chain. 3, African governments should provide an enabling environment to encourage, to promote, and to support women in trade initiatives. Women, as all of us do know, constitute a substantial portion of the African population and workforce, possessing unique skills and entrepreneurial spirit. Involving women in intra-African trade not only promotes gender equality, but also enhances the overall efficiency and resilience of economies. Empowering women entrepreneurs, facilitating their access to markets, and fostering an inclusive trade environment are steps in realizing the untapped economic benefits that women bring to the table, ensuring a more comprehensive and sustainable intra-Africa trade ecosystem. 4, African countries should actively involve their private sector in integrating their economies into regional and global value chains. Governments can attract investments and facilitate transfer by collaborating with multinational institutions and cultivating an enabling environment for local and foreign businesses. 5, African countries should actualize a regional approach and leverage opportunities to develop a regional hub for recycling. This regional initiative can significantly contribute to the value chain of waste management reduction, mitigation of environmental impacts, and reuse, while fostering a culture of responsible resource management across the continent and bolstering intra-African trade. 6, African countries must encourage Africans in the diaspora to actively participate in investing and contributing to intra-African trade. With the participation of global Africans, African countries can leverage the skills, the resources, and networks of their diasporic communities. The diaspora, with its diverse expertise and global perspectives, can play an important role in driving innovation, in attracting foreign investments, and in establishing cross-border collaborations. Africa Continental Free Trade Area can spearhead initiatives that facilitate diaspora engagement, such as investment forums, mentorship programs, and streamlined investment processes to serve as a catalyst for fostering economic integration and enhancing the continent's position in the global market. Excellencies, on the subject of unleashing Africa's food and agribusiness potential, the first recommendation is that African countries need to invest more in agriculture. Enhanced investments in agriculture are imperative for African countries. This involves substantial support for smallholder farmers, granting them access to modern farming techniques, high-quality seeds, fertilizers, irrigation systems, and essential agricultural infrastructure. Augmenting agricultural productivity stands as a pivotal measure to bolster food production. 2, African governments ought to incentivize financial institutions to support the private sector involved in agribusiness, enabling them to access finance and capital. 3, African governments should create a conducive environment for the private sector to enhance the value of agricultural products. Through the promotion of value addition and the encouragement of agro-processing industries, African countries can generate increased employment opportunities and elevate the value of agricultural goods, thereby making substantial contribution to economic growth. And 4, African governments ought to encourage more youth entrepreneurship in agriculture. This can be achieved by providing support through mentorship programs, through startup incubators, and facilitating access to networks. Such initiatives can stimulate innovation and foster the establishment of new agribusiness ventures. Excellencies, on the subject of getting on the global value chains of Africa's natural resources, the first recommendation is that African governments should incentivize financial institutions to increase their support for businesses in the manufacturing sector to charge favorable interest rates. These institutions can provide loans to manufacturers for capital investments, expanding production facilities, or acquiring machinery and equipment. 2, Governments in oil-rich African nations should actively foster the development of integrated refineries within their private sectors. These refineries should feature interconnected units for both crude oil refining and petrochemical production, thereby enhancing operational efficiency and ensuring long-term sustainability. 3, African governments must prioritize adopting and implementing comprehensive industrial policies to accelerate development in natural resource sectors. Establishing clear policies provides a roadmap for industrial development, for outlining objectives, outlining strategies, and necessary mechanisms to enhance and foster economic linkages. 4, African governments need to intensify efforts to add value to their natural resources and commodities. Emphasizing value addition involves processing raw materials within the country's borders, going beyond exportation of raw materials. This strategy involves refining, manufacturing, or producing finished or semi-finished goods, often leading to higher prices in global markets. Excellencies, on accelerating intra-African trade through enhanced transportation and logistics. The first recommendation is that African countries should collectively leverage public-private partnership arrangements to enhance their investments in the development of efficient and adequate transport infrastructure and services across borders. 2, African countries should expedite the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to unleash the economic potential within value chains and stimulate intra-African trade. The AfCFTA can unlock an estimated 3.2 trillion in intra-African trade. African countries to leverage the specialized economic sectors across its entire value chain while allowing tariff-free movement of these segments across participating nations. 3, African countries should foster collaborations between government and the private sector to invest in digital technology and initiatives that bolster facilitation and promote the development of e-commerce. And 4, African countries should strive to implement visa-free border arrangements to enhance intra-African trade. Excellencies, on the important subject of critical enablers for single market success, particularly looking at finance, innovation, and the technology space, the first recommendation is that African governments, working in collaboration with central banks, with financial institutions, with the private sector, and key stakeholders, must actively work towards currency harmonization and strive to ensure the interoperability and standardization of payments across the continent. The potential benefits derived from achieving interoperability between these systems are extensive. 2, African countries should strengthen their partnerships with the private sector and international partners to boost investments in technologies vital for supporting payment systems. This includes nurturing the development and uptake of innovative financial technologies, fintech, encompassing mobile payments, digital wallets, and online payment platforms. 3, African governments, in partnership with the African Union and regional economic communities, must develop an integrated payments services market on a continental scale. This undertaking necessitates support and guidance from both national authorities and continental and regional bodies, enabling practical direction, coordination of national initiatives, and financial support for critical components. And finally, African governments working in collaboration with financial institutions, the private sector, and key stakeholders must actively invest in innovation through venture capital with private capital to leverage public finance in private-public partnership architecture. And then there is a final note which relates to vote of thanks. The retreat expressed its gratitude to His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and the government of Ghana for hosting this pediatrics summit. It also appreciated the AfCFTA Secretariat and the Africa Prosperity Network for jointly organizing the retreat in partnership with the United Nations Office in Ghana, with UNECA, with UNDP, with the World Food Programme, with AFDB, with the AfTA Secretariat, with the Africa Business Council, with Badia, with Afreximbank, and with the African American Institute. Done and dated at the Pediaso Lodge, Ebri Hills, Eastern Region of Ghana, on this day, the 26th of January, 2024. I thank you.
And Dr. Eugene Owusu, while I have you on stage, allow me to respectfully request back to the stage the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, to do us the honors of accepting the compact from Dr. Eugene Owusu. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The compact has been accepted. We thank you very much, Dr. Eugene Owusu, for doing us the honors of reading out the content of the compact. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we pivot into a conversation that is about now or never to make AfCFTA work. But before then, please take a look at this video presentation by the Africa Prosperity Network.
The Africa Prosperity Network, in collaboration with the KGL Group, present the Imagine Project, Transforming the Continent. In the heart of Africa lies a transformative initiative being led by the Africa Prosperity Dialogues in capturing the essence of the African dream. It aspires to propel the continent towards prosperity through actionable policies and bankable projects, empowering Africa beyond aid. Imagine policies fostering raw material transformation within Africa, envisioning specialized regional production and manufacturing hubs, fueling our integration into global value chains. With 60% of the world's most fertile yet uncultivated soils, its future is boundless. The continent's agricultural output is anticipated to soar from $280 billion annually to a staggering $1 trillion by the year 2030. Picture Africa refining its resources, oil refineries in Nigeria, platinum in Zimbabwe, copper in Zambia, lithium in Ghana, coltan in the Democratic Republic of Congo, bauxite refineries in Guinea, leveraging industrial advancements to harness the potential of our natural resources effectively. Imagine an interconnected rail network, reducing logistics costs and promoting seamless travel across Africa. Imagine an advanced infrastructure propelling intra-Africa trade. The Imagine project emphasizes STEM education and interoperable systems, where roaming charges are a thing of the past and common payment platform facilitates transactions wherever you are. It it envisions regional hubs for electrification, connecting landlocked countries to coastal areas through an African rail network. Picture Africa with its own financial governance.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir le vice-président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire pour qu'il accepte le pacte et partage certains mots. Merci beaucoup. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous présente Son Excellence Thiomoko Kone.
Excellences, Madame et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, honorables invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec un réel plaisir pour moi de représenter Son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, à cette importante rencontre dans le cadre de l'édition 2024 des dialogues sur la prospérité en Afrique. Je voudrais transmettre mes salutations et celles du président de la République à leurs excellences, Madame et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement qui ont fait le déplacement à Accra. En son nom, je voudrais exprimer en particulier nos remerciements au président de la République sœur du Ghana, Son Excellence M. Nana Akufo-Addo, et au peuple du Ghana pour la qualité historique des relations entre les deux pays et pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé à notre arrivée en terre ghanéenne. Je voudrais enfin exprimer les remerciements du président Ouattara pour le prix qui lui a été décerné ce vendredi 26 janvier 2024 à l'occasion de la cérémonie de remise des prix des champions de la prospérité en Afrique. Dans le cadre de la présente table ronde dont nous venons d'avoir les conclusions, il nous est demandé d'approuver et d'apporter quelques contributions sur le rôle des pouvoirs publics dans la construction du marché unique de l'Afrique. Me référant à la Côte d'Ivoire et à l'expérience que nous avons eue, j'aimerais partager avec vous quelques réflexions qui devraient permettre de lever les contraintes pour fluidifier les échanges et faire de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, la ZLECAf, une réalité tangible. Cela a été dit, les conclusions le mentionnent. Pour nous, il s'agit essentiellement de l'accroissement des investissements dans les infrastructures et de l'amélioration de l'environnement des affaires, de l'intensification de la coopération régionale et de la promotion de la digitalisation et du développement du capital humain. Excellences, Madame et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, honorables invités, je voudrais signaler en premier lieu l'importance cruciale des investissements dans les infrastructures qui sont la pierre angulaire de la compétitivité et de l'industrialisation de l'Afrique. Le développement d'infrastructures dans les secteurs clés comme les transports, l'énergie et les télécommunications est essentiel pour réduire les coûts de production et faciliter l'accès aux marchés domestiques, aux marchés régionaux et aux marchés internationaux. En Côte d'Ivoire, pour la période 2021-2025, le plan national de développement prévoit un volume d'investissement de 100 milliards de dollars des États-Unis dans les infrastructures, dont les 3/4 proviendraient du secteur privé. Ces investissements, dans un contexte marqué par des ressources publiques limitées, seront financés en partie par le recours au partenariat public-privé dont on a parlé tout à l'heure, avec bien sûr un impact positif sur les échanges commerciaux et sur l'économie nationale. Pour permettre au secteur privé de relever le défi de la prise en charge de ces investissements nécessaires à l'accélération de la croissance économique et à la transformation structurelle, il me semble essentiel de souligner l'importance d'un environnement des affaires favorable. Cet environnement stimule le commerce et attire les investissements, positionnant nos économies de manière compétitive sur la scène mondiale. En Côte d'Ivoire, la modernisation du Code des investissements, la création des juridictions de commerce et la simplification des procédures de création d'entreprises ont amélioré le climat des affaires, rendant notre économie plus dynamique et plus ouverte. Le renforcement du secteur privé implique également la promotion de l'entrepreneuriat, à travers notamment des programmes de soutien aux petites et moyennes entreprises, des mesures fiscales incitatives et un meilleur accès au financement. En plus d'un environnement des affaires favorable, les pouvoirs publics doivent veiller à mettre en place des politiques de développement des industries locales tenant compte des avantages comparatifs de chaque pays. Ces industries plus adaptées aux réalités locales et plus compétitives pourront ainsi s'insérer plus efficacement dans les chaînes de valeur mondiales. Pour cela, l'intensification de la coopération régionale entre les pays africains est nécessaire en vue de coordonner l'évaluation des avantages comparatifs des pays et leur permettre de privilégier les secteurs d'activité ou les potentialités qui sont les plus avérées. Cette ressource, cette coopération permet de maximiser l'utilisation efficace des ressources et des compétences distinctes de chaque pays et d'améliorer globalement les échanges commerciaux. La coopération régionale permet également de concevoir des projets régionaux d'infrastructures dont le financement est partagé par les pays participants avec souvent des impacts bénéfiques pour tout le continent. Un exemple notable est le projet de corridor Abidjan-Lagos, qui est une voie commerciale destinée à stimuler l'économie des 5 pays qu'il traverse. Dans ce contexte, la ZLECAf, en tant que principale initiative d'intégration régionale, est essentielle pour exploiter le potentiel commercial et industriel du continent et renforcer sa position à l'échelle mondiale. C'est le lieu de lancer un appel à l'ensemble des pays africains à affirmer leur volonté politique en vue d'améliorer la gouvernance, supprimer les restrictions au libre-échange et rendre opérationnel le plus rapidement possible la ZLECAf, dont les avantages à long terme l'emportent considérablement sur les contraintes immédiates. La Côte d'Ivoire, notre pays, a clairement manifesté sa volonté politique dans ce sens, en étant le premier pays à mettre en place le comité national de la ZLECAf et en élaborant une stratégie nationale de mise en œuvre. Pour que les pays africains puissent saisir toutes les retombées positives attendues de la ZLECAf, il leur faut investir massivement dans la transition numérique, dans l'éducation, dans la formation professionnelle et mettre en place des systèmes financiers performants, capables d'accompagner efficacement toutes leurs initiatives. En effet, la digitalisation et les innovations technologiques ont montré leur capacité à impulser la transformation structurelle des économies, en révolutionnant le commerce intra-africain, en améliorant l'efficacité des échanges, en réduisant les coûts et en les ouvrant à de nouvelles opportunités pour nos industries sur le marché international. Les pouvoirs publics doivent, dans ce contexte, veiller à assurer la promotion des plateformes de commerce électronique, de développement des fintech, de l'adoption généralisée de systèmes de paiement mobiles sécurisés pour faciliter les échanges commerciaux. Ils doivent également veiller à doter la main-d'œuvre africaine des compétences nécessaires pour lui permettre d'utiliser pleinement le potentiel de la transition numérique, pour relever les défis économiques actuels tout en tirant profit de nos diversités culturelles et linguistiques. Enfin, il leur faudra œuvrer à développer des mécanismes de financement innovants, notamment en favorisant la mise en place d'un secteur bancaire bien capitalisé, capable de mobiliser efficacement l'épargne nationale et d'accompagner les opérateurs publics et privés dans leurs opérations. Excellences, Madame et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, honorables invités, l'environnement international actuel reste marqué par des problématiques liées à l'adaptation au changement climatique, à la persistance de l'inflation mondiale, à la hausse des taux d'intérêt internationaux, ainsi qu'aux défis sécuritaires au niveau mondial et dans la région du Sahel. Ce contexte, bien évidemment, devra être pris en compte dans la mise en œuvre de la ZLESCAF et, à cet égard, une amélioration de l'intégration régionale africaine nous semble une solution parfaite et efficace pour soutenir la résilience de nos économies face aux chocs exogènes et les remettre sur le chantier d'une croissance durable et d'une prospérité partagée. Voilà, Excellences, Madame et Messieurs les chefs d'État, honorables invités, les quelques éléments que je voulais partager avec vous en souhaitant bon vol à la ZLECAf et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Son Excellence Thiomoko Kone, le vice-président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire. Merci. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to an important part of the program, as it were. Before I announce what it is, I would like to ask that our team put up the QR code on the screen. This QR code will take you to the highlights of the outcome document, so you can scan it and you can take a look at the highlights. But for the full document, please visit our website after this program, and the website address is africaprosperitynetwork.com, and that's where you'll find the full outcome document. But for now, this QR code will take you to the highlights of the document. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about now or never to make AfCFTA work is none other than the President, Chairman of the Board of Directors, African Export-Import Bank, also known popularly as Afreximbank, the trailblazer himself. Please, with a warm welcome, bring to the stage His Excellency Professor Benedict Oke-Orama.
Thank you very much, MC. Excellencies, heads of states and government here present, and their representatives, Excellencies, Honorable Prime Ministers, Vice Presidents who are here with us, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the President of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, representatives of development finance institutions, business leaders here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm most grateful to the government of Ghana and the conveners of the Africa Prosperity Dialogue, especially dear brothers Gabby Otchere and Secretary General Wankele for inviting Afreximbank to this summit and giving me this auspicious platform to speak on a very important subject. Let me also thank them for the honor of the Financial Leadership Award that the Africa Prosperity Network Advisory Council accorded me yesterday. Your Excellencies, it is an open secret that many African economies are today battling debt and foreign currency liquidity crisis and other domestic challenges. These problems are mostly traceable to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as geopolitical tensions and conflicts, most of which originated from outside our continent. It is regrettable for me to say in 2024 that the African development story remains a very sad enigma. The harder we work, the more we appear to get sucked into the disgusting cesspool of abject poverty, often through no fault of ours. The statistics speak for themselves. Africa remains at the periphery of global affairs. We account for a paltry 2.8% share of the global economy. Our former co-laggards, developing Asia, have since left us, and had by 2022 accounted for 26% of the global economy. We remain at the lowest rungs of global industry, accounting for just 2.5% of global manufacturing value added. Our share of world trade is also stuck at 3% for a continent that accounts for 17% of the world population. As a consequence, Africa remains the most vulnerable and susceptible to global shocks, and regrettably, the poorest of all regions of the world. Your Excellencies, Africa was and remains shackled by what the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah described as a poverty paradox. How in the world is the fountain of wealth also the poorest and weakest? Is it logical for a continent that produces the largest volume of cobalt, a key component of EV batteries, to be invisible in the global discourse on electric vehicle production? Why should a continent that produces no less than 80% of global cocoa account for a paltry $10 billion of the $120 billion global chocolate and confectionery market? And why do we struggle to rise up the value chains of most commodities produced here in Africa? The irony is that the world has smartly made us to be proud commodity producers and exporters. They made us to be happy to be called the largest exporters of one commodity or the other. They made us to beat our hearts, beat our chests in glee as the biggest producers of commodities that enter world markets. But what does that benefit us when the commodity share of world trade is shrinking? Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to complicate matters for us, in today's fractured global economy, where protectionism is in ascendance and multilateralism is disappearing, we can no longer look to the traditional markets for Africa's transformation. In many of these markets, Africa's exports continue to attract tariffs that escalate by processing stages. It is no wonder that we are stuck at primary production. All these point to one direction. We must take our destiny in our hands if we hope to free ourselves from the shackles of further development. Nobody will do it for us. We have no other option but to start looking inwards and exploring the opportunities that our great continent presents. That is the only way we can restore our dignity and earn the respect of others. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement thus presents the best and perhaps the last chance for this continent to escape the course of further development and deindustrialization. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a game changer, the AfCFTA, is before us, offering us a unique chance to create the Africa we want. However, despite commendable efforts by the AfCFTA Secretariat under the indefatigable leadership of our dear brother Wankele, as well as our council, the AfCFTA Council of Ministers, progress with trading under the agreement has been slow. But these people, the AfCFTA Secretariat and the Council of Ministers and the AU, our leadership, have laid a solid foundation. They had, in record time, concluded key protocols without which no trading can occur. These include the rules of origin, schedules of tariff concessions, protocols on investment, intellectual property rights, dispute settlement mechanism, digital trade, youth and women, and so on. The conclusion of these critical protocols passes the ball over to individual participating states, businesses, and in fact, all of us, to make the agreement work for us. It is indeed now or never. And we must be deliberate about it. It's now time for participating states to move from lip service to action by causing a speedy domestication of all the protocols that have been done in record time in their jurisdictions. They must now be more aggressive in training officials and businesses on the AfCFTA and its protocols and boosting awareness about the AfCFTA. It is good news that the number of countries participating in the Guided Trade Initiative has expanded to 10. We need more countries to join, and in fact, we need to move from guided to universal trading under the AfCFTA. This will require robust trade and investment information interventions across the continent. Businesses, be they SMEs or corporates, and banks must also now gear up to build and grow regional value chains. Trading entities should avail themselves of training programs in-country and those run by Afreximbank, AfCFTA Secretariat, and International Trade Center in order to learn more on how to trade under the AfCFTA. Banks must also now see intra-African trade and investment financing deals as bankable. We in Afreximbank are proud to have pioneered intra-African trade and investment financing using various instruments and initiatives. We have shown that it is a profitable and safe banking proposition. Since we introduced an intra-African trade division in 2016, Afreximbank has disbursed over $40 billion in support of the trade, such that today it accounts for about 30% of Afreximbank portfolio, or $11 billion. In addition, Your Excellencies, we've also put our legs on the gas pedal at the bank and accelerating our other AfCFTA enabling interventions. A continent with 42 currencies and payment systems cannot efficiently trade amongst itself. That was why we implemented the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System in partnership with the AfCFTA Secretariat and the African Union Commission to create a single payment rail for the continent. With support from African central banks, PAPS is today ramping up commercial operations under dual central banks and commercial bank settlement models. 12 African central banks and 95 commercial banks, as well as 10 switches, have been onboarded. Given that 4 central banks and over 100 commercial banks are on the queue to connecting to PAPS, we have made more resources available to rapidly connect them and also to upgrade the switches of central banks that need to be upgraded for connection to the PAPS. We are making these investments because we believe that a properly functioning PAPS offers the greatest opportunity for boosting trading under the AfCFTA. The $1 billion settlement fund provided by Afreximbank is also in place. And by April 2024, PAPS will launch an African currency trading platform that we hope will unblock the funds stocked in various African countries due to lack of foreign exchange, and perhaps also ease intra-regional air travels because the airlines will have their funds unblocked. The bank's Afreximbank Trade Facilitation Program is rapidly enhancing the settlement of international and intra-African trade transactions and improving correspondent banking relationships across our continent, filling a gap created by international banks that are exiting Africa. Since the launch of the Afreximbank Trade Facilitation Program in 2019, the bank has onboarded about 500 of the 600 commercial banks in Africa and exchanged SWIFT keys with about 400 of these banks. Between 2019 and 2023, utilization under this product reached $3.13 billion. Afreximbank is today the entity with the broadest bank-to-bank communication links on the continent, an outcome we have invested in for over 7 years in furtherance of intra-regional trade facilitation. Working with the AfCFTA Secretariat, we've also fully established the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund with its headquarters in Kigali, Rwanda. The fund will, among others, provide compensation to eligible countries for tariff revenue losses as a result of AfCFTA implementation. It will also provide funding to countries and businesses to enable them to adjust in an orderly manner to the new trading regime. Afreximbank seeded the fund with an amount of $1 billion and a grant funding of $10 million. We've done this because we know that it's the effectiveness of the adjustment fund that will determine the borders that will remain open and those that will remain closed to AfCFTA trading. With the support of the African Union Commission and the AfCFTA Secretariat, Afreximbank has also launched the Africa Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, with a pilot being implemented in the Comesa region under their Regional Transit Guarantee Scheme. Afreximbank is acting as a regional guarantor to obviate the need for the issuance of multiple guarantees for goods that move across multiple borders. An amount of $300 million is deployed in the Comesa region, with ongoing efforts to work with the Comesa scheme to expand to other sub-regions. We also know that in a continent with 55 countries that have 55 standards, that the issue of standards is critical. That is why Afreximbank has mobilized its partners, the Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, the Arab Economic Development in Africa, the German government, to create grants that has enabled the harmonization of standards using the priority list provided by the AfCFTA Council of Ministers. So today we've harmonized standards in textiles, in pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, in automobiles, and work is continuing. But we've gone beyond harmonizing standards to developing the quality infrastructure that is needed for testing and inspection. Projects have been completed in Nigeria and are ongoing in Kenya, Egypt, and elsewhere. Working with the AfCFTA Secretariat and African Union Commission, we have consolidated the Inter-African Trade Fair with a very successful third edition held in Cairo, Egypt in November 2023, where 28,000 participants attended and over $43 billion in deals were closed. To accelerate the AfCFTA implementation plans, plans are now afoot to institutionalize the Inter-African Trade Fair as a standalone entity that will serve as a crucial trade information platform for the AfCFTA implementation. The fourth edition of the fair will hold in Algeria in 2025, by which time we hope the institutionalization process will have been concluded. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Afreximbank has also doubled down on the use of technology to support AfCFTA implementation. Among others, we launched the Africa Trade Exchange, the business-to-business and business-to-government e-commerce platform that is AfCFTA rules compliant. We've also, through a partnership with the Africa Finance Corporation, under the ARISE Integrated Industrial Platform, expanded and continue to expand export manufacturing through the rapid construction of industrial parks and special economic zones across Africa. We've developed just under 20,000 hectares of industrial estates with plans to bring this to 100,000 hectares across Africa in the very near future. Having invested $1 billion in this, the past few years, our board just last year approved another $1 billion for upcoming projects that are on the pipeline. Above all of these, Your Excellencies, is the need for Africa to have its own banks, strong banks, owned and controlled by Africans. The bane of our development is capital. We cannot break that shackle by looking at others to fund us, while offering institutions that we own. Institutions that those before us have labored to birth and nurture. China Development Bank and China Exim Bank emerged some 30 years ago. Today, they are some of the largest financial institutions in the world, contributing to China's and indeed world economic development. Brazil's BNDES is also of significant size and supporting the development of Brazil. Africa must be deliberate in creating its own strong financial institutions. That is the only way we can finance ourselves out of the situation we are in today. And we can do it because we have the funds. We just have to wean ourselves from looking at others to come and save us whenever we run into difficulties. As I bring my remarks to a close, I must reiterate the fact that the AfCFTA grants us the unique opportunity to take charge of the trajectory of our economies. We must seize this golden opportunity as our future lies in creating the Africa that we want. I reinforce these views with a quote from the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who said, and I quote, "It is clear that we must find an African solution to our problems, and that this can only be found in African unity. Divided, we are weak. United, Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in the world." I thank you for your kind attention.
Excellency Orama, thank you very much for the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a very important point, which is a roundtable discussion spearheaded by our good brother and, of course, board member APN Kweku Sechiado. He will have this conversation with Her Excellency Baroness Scotland of Asphalt, who is the Secretary General, Commonwealth of Nations, Chair, the Africa America Institute, Crystal M. Jackson, and of course, none other than the President of Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Oke-Orama. But before then, may I kindly respectfully request that you take a look at the screens at a video we call The Africa We Want.
This is your time. Let every clock chime. Africa without borders, without barriers to creativity and prosperity. Embrace it. Unleash it. Gone was the era when our resources fed the production lines of others, only for us to buy back at a higher price what we gave away cheaply. Gone should be this era where it is easier to travel through another continent to get to an AU member state. Away must be the system which makes it cheaper and faster to ship from Asia to Africa than from East to West Africa. We are ready to build the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve, and Africa we can. Rich as we have and rich we must be. Strongest in numbers, strongest in resources. Stronger now in working together for shared prosperity. The future is now. The Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024 beckons us to the serene hills of Ebri, Ghana, where minds converge, ideas bloom, and destinies intertwine to transform Africa. That is why we are here, to think together, plan together, work together, to win and win for Africa together. We have the expertise. We can raise the money, build the roads, railways, factories, and digital platforms to produce what we consume and add value to what we export. Buy from the manufacturer in Casablanca without the dollar. The tech engineer from Kigali can work in Tunis from Banjul. The Abidjan businesswoman has a market of 1.4 billion people. The tourist from Lusaka needs no visa to trek Africa. Making calls across Africa with no roaming charges is possible. Doing mobile money across is doable too. Catch the train from Cairo to Joburg. Fly direct from Kinshasa to Kingston. Sell our crude to our refineries. Use our lands to feed our processing plants and mouths. The Africa we inherited should not be the Africa we pass on. This should be our pledge, our pact. Let's rewrite our story, restore dignity. Let the private sector own and drive the future that has been set by the African Union. A united Africa of countless opportunities and boundless possibilities. Together, we are delivering prosperity in Africa. Together, we will produce, add value, and trade. Together, we rise for the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve, and the Africa we can.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to yield the podium and the microphone to the moderator for our panel discussion, aptly called Leveraging Reparations for Infrastructure for Africa and Global Africa and Reconnecting Global Africans to Africa's Single Market. Please warmly welcome Mr. Kweku Sechi-Addo.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite to the podium Baroness Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. May I also invite Ms. Crystal Jackson, Chief Executive of the African American Institute, Professor Orama, if you may please join us, President of Afreximbank, and Ms. Rosa Whitaker of the Whitaker Group. Prof. Orama. Okay, while we wait for Prof. Orama and, there you are. So there's Rosa Whitaker of the Whitaker Group, Chief Executive of the Whitaker Group. welcome ladies to this segment of the program, leveraging reparations for infrastructure for Africa and global Africa. Okay, we're being joined by Professor Urama. Thank you, Prof. We called you barely after you've caught your breath. So, the great W.E.B. Du Bois once said that slavery is the sum of all villainies, the cause of all sorrow, and the root of all prejudice. And he was right. He was right because between 1526 and 1860, a period spanning at least 350 years, not 3.5 years, not 35 years, not 150, 350 years, African men, women, and children were shipped off this continent to the Americas. 12.5 million, by some estimates, 12.5 million people shipped off from the continent. But 10.7 million arrived in the Americas, meaning over 2 million and change perished en route, becoming food for fish and blending with the Atlantic marine ecosystem, never arrived on the other side of the Atlantic. But what is worse is that after the abolition of the slave trade in the UK in 1807 and in the United States in 1808, that is when the Abolition Act was declared, reparations were paid to the slave owners for the loss of property, but not to the slaves for the loss of their humanity. So in the United Kingdom, the equivalent today of 300 billion was paid in reparations to slave owners. That debt was only finally cleared. The final morsel of that debt was only cleared in 2015. What is more, in the United States, each slave owner received $300 for each slave lost, each piece of property lost, nothing paid to the slaves. And more poignantly, in Haiti, after they had fought for over 10 years for their independence in 1804, they were forced to pay reparations to French slave holders and their descendants, equivalent to 30 billion, anywhere between 20 and 30 billion dollars.
I apologize. Kweku, I sincerely apologize. I would like to make room for the arrival of His Excellency the President. My sincere apologies. My sincere apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and please welcome him with a round of applause. And as he takes his seat, please remain standing. for the anthem of the Republic of Ghana. Please be seated. You're welcome, Your Excellency, and your arrival is timely. I will now hand it over back to Kweku Sechado to start the panel discussion.
Again, welcome, Mr. President. So I think I was at the point I was talking about Haiti, who became independent after 10, 11-year revolution, became independent in 1804, and they had to pay anywhere between 20 to 30 billion US dollars in reparations to slave owners. Of course, after the Second World War, reparations were paid for the Holocaust. So now let me turn to you, having set that introductory context for our conversation. And I shall begin with you, Baroness Patricia. As a daughter of Dominica, one of the places where slaves, our ancestors, came, and also being a member of the House of Lords, if anybody should know, perhaps you would, will compensations, reparations ever be paid?
Well, the first thing I think I should say is that, of course, in my current role, I am the Secretary General of the Commonwealth of 56 nations. So actually, I've taken a leave of absence from the House of Lords, and I am no longer part of the United Kingdom Parliament. So you'll all be relieved to know I can avoid that question. But let me just be clear. I am indeed a Dominican woman, and I am absolutely clear about three parts of my heritage. I know that I am part indigenous Caribbean. I know that I'm part French, and I know that I'm part Scots. The reason that I know that is that the historical records of those three parts of my family I can trace back more than 1,000 years. The majority of who I am, who you see, dictates that I am African. But when I looked at finding out from where in Africa I came, the only evidence of my African heritage is actually carried in my blood. So I am apparently 33% Nigerian, I am Ghanaian, I am Togolese, I am from Gabon, I am from East Africa, I am from South Africa. So I am probably the most African person in this room. But the truth is that that heritage, which is burned into my soul and into my blood, was, in all probability, because I don't even know this, caused as a result of slavery, which took my forebears from the continent of Africa, from whence I belong, and took me to the Caribbean. The truth is that the Commonwealth is perhaps one of the best platforms for the discussion about what reparation means. But this family of nations can decide what they wish to address. And I'm so grateful that in this room you will have a number of our member states represented. And we can ask them, the leaders from Rwanda, from Ghana, from Guyana, from Togo, from every country who belong to my family, what do you think? What should we do? How should we address this issue? Because it's very important to understand what the Commonwealths represent. We come from every continent, 5 continents of the world. We have rich countries, poor countries, small countries, 33 small states, 25 island states, 14 of the least developed states. We have some of the richest and the poorest, some of the most disadvantaged and some of the wealthiest, all sitting round the same table. But what we have, which is more important than anything else, is that we have a sense of family, a sense of kindness, and a sense of respect. And the question of reparations is going to demand all of that.
So may I interrupt you for just a moment and rephrase the question from whether you believe compensation will be paid to whether you believe compensation should be paid?
Well, that is the debate. And you know, when you are a mediator and a facilitator between parties who do not agree, one of the most important things is to take yourself out of the way and to facilitate a conversation between the countries round the table who will represent all views. There are those who are implacably in favor of reparations. There are those who argue that there is generational distress which has been transmitted generation after generation, from father to son, from mother to daughter, and that unless and until that is addressed, there will be no change. Others disagree.
Yes. So I think I may have to defer that question to you to after your tenure as Secretary General of the Commonwealth.
Well,
when you will be free from its burdens as its chief diplomat.
Well, I think that's true, but you know, one of the things I'm rejoicing at is you have my leaders with whom I speak, and what I know is I have to listen to their voice. And once I know what they fear, what they hope, what they aspire, my job is to facilitate a solution which will enable my family to stay together and for there to be reparations. But if my mother was here, she would say there is a role for forgiveness, but only when you have made true repentance and contrition, and you have demonstrated by your acts that you are contrite, will there be forgiveness.
Thank you. So I'll move from the diplomat to the former diplomat. Rosa Whittaker, do you, having worked for many years for the US State Department and now basically virtually living in Ghana, what are your thoughts on this subject? Do you believe compensation will be paid? Yeah?
Well, let me first say that I truly hope that in my lifetime we will move from aspiration to action on this very complicated issue. Now, in my mind, there is no doubt that there should be recognition that reparations are due. I think we've long addressed the compelling what we as a people, people of African descent everywhere want. I think we've addressed the compelling why it's due, but what we have not addressed is the how. Because from my read of history, slavery was a collaboration between thieves and chiefs. So who is the aggrieved party? And who should get reparations? I believe, I don't think, honestly, that we will see in my lifetime, or I think in many lifetimes, individuals getting a check for reparations for slavery. But I do believe that we should seek and we merit a collective approach to help close the gaps in wealth, the gaps in inequality, and the gaps and issues that are clearly legacies resulting from that horrific slave trade. How can we do this? Since we know, I mean, whether you recognize it or not, the facts speak for themselves. I really have no problem with the global tax to address these issues. I really have no problem with incentives, financial incentives, for the wealthiest people in the world who are controlling much of the wealth in the world. We know they are moved by tax incentives. Let's put in place a tax incentives to move some of the wealthiest people in the world to put together plans. If you can send the people to the moon, you certainly can address the question of how we redress these issues. I also have no problem with a global fund, a global Black equity fund to promote equality and to address some of the legacies. So that would be my approach.
All right. Thank you. Let me come to Crystal of African American Institute. Your thought on the subject. I don't know whether you also feel the same way that I'm quite certain you don't doubt. I'm putting it to you that, I mean, just based on the evidence that reparations were paid to slave owners, reparations were paid after the Holocaust. Why must we debate whether or not reparations should be paid to Africa and global Africa for that slave trade, for colonialism, for apartheid?
Where I'm from, they always say men and women lie, but numbers don't. And the impact of European domination on global Africans in the United States, that's Black Africans, is $70 trillion since slavery. And we refer to that as a black tax. Currently in the United States, white middle-class families have an accumulated median income of $149,703, while Black middle-class families only have $13,024. The roots of this number can be directly traced back to years of unpaid labor, that if we were to put a price tag on it, it gave the United States an economic boost of $24 trillion to $97 trillion. At the African American Institute, we believe that reparations is necessary. That's right. But it is also a pathway for African countries to create new development opportunities beyond charity and borrowing. A direct reference: in the United States, there was a beautiful community in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that fought back by being intentional with their capital, by being intentional around collaboration, and they built wealth. But what happened? It was decimated. They were destroyed. But what that says to us today, that if history repeats itself, we too can be intentional. And we too can command reparations that we rightfully deserve. And we have the collective economic power to create new opportunities through intentionality. I believe reparations is necessary. And I think Kofi Apintang would agree as well.
He would what?
He would agree as well.
He would agree as well. So Prophet Rama, you run the Afreximbank, right? So there was a question asked earlier on by Rosa. How will this be paid? You know, the modalities. That's where you come in. We've got to assume that simply based on history and what's been done for others, it ought to be done for us. So that's where your institution comes in. Is this something you've considered, the role that an institution such as yours and others like that could play in instigating and pushing for reparations to be paid, utilizing institutions such as yours?
No, thank you very much. I think part of the lessons you quickly learn in my job is knowing what works and what doesn't work. Wishful thinking. We have to know that the people we are dealing with are not motivated by sanctimonious argument. It's self-interest. You know, everybody thinks, some of us think today that slavery stopped because all of a sudden some spirit of God descended on the slave drivers and they stopped. No. Go and look at the history. Slavery, the push to end slavery started with the first industrial revolution, when machines were discovered. Using slave labor was no longer more efficient. And in the UK, where this discovery was made, they were then the big superpower. They wanted the machines to become what is used to produce. Slavery had to end. So that's why it ended. Now, the same thing on the issue of reparation. We all agree that there's a case for it. But the people who will pay can only pay if, or do something where they see a consequence. It's a self-interest or a consequence. And that is why at Afreximbank we decided that we can continue to make the argument, but the most important thing for us is to advance what the African Union had already started. In 2008, they declared the diaspora as the 6th region of the continent. So we said that it is better for us to find a way to integrate Africa, the global Africa. So we have one voice, then we are able to create instruments that we can then place to make people, the other people who have the money, those who are supposed to pay us, to see perhaps a win-win way of supporting us. One of them, I think, is what Rosa said, maybe a global Africa fund. So can you put money in a global Africa fund, which will deploy across the African geography and the diaspora? You will get returns, but then it will help to begin to correct the ills of slavery. And for us to be able to do that, we have to also prove that it makes economic sense to invest across that whole area. That's why since 2 years ago, when we started our Caribbean initiative, we've done quite remarkably, and I must thank His Excellency President Ali for being a very strong supporter. We've created a branch in Barbados. We have already done transactions since last year about over $100 million. We have about $900 million we are about to do, including a very sizable $500 million we're going to be doing in Guyana very soon. So this will show everybody that it is possible for Africans to invest in Caribbean and for the Caribbeans to invest in Africa. It's possible for African Americans to invest in Africa, for African institutions to invest in black businesses in the USA. Then if you create that platform, you're able then to go to somebody and say, for this reason, because you did the slavery and all that, put your money here because it will bring benefit to you and also address the issues that people are complaining about.
Let me propose a couple of ideas that may be considered. For example, a lot has been said about the Grand Inga Dam. The Grand Inga Dam is on paper, which is where it is right now, is a series of dams, 6 or 7 dams, on the Inga Falls, on the Congo River in DRC. It has the potential to produce 43 gigawatts of power capable of electrifying, lighting up the whole of Africa with excess for export to the Middle East and Europe. It's estimated to cost $80 billion. If such a project were put forward, proposed, right, for possible financing through reparations.
Exactly. You see,
would that make sense?
You see, you have to first to frame what you are doing around the arguments about reparation, and then the reparation in terms of investment.
Yes.
Not paying people.
Precisely the point.
That case can be made. And if you then create, even the African Union can be the champion for that. If you're able to create that platform, then you can present the Inga Dam, because you don't make a compelling case. You're not asking for handouts, you're just saying this will bring a big change for the continent. And not only will it bring a big change to the continent, you make a case how it can reach other parts of
the world,
that global Africa, because don't forget that some of the people who suffered are not going to benefit from Inga Dam. You have to know that. Some of them are in the US, some of them are in Latin America, some are in the Caribbean. So you have to carefully design the product you are going to put forward. But you are right. That is the kind of thing we can put forward as projects, ideas that we can place and say, we are not asking you for a handout. The reparation we are asking is a win-win reparation, whereby you bring the money to close the capital gap we have on the continent, and we have in the other parts of the global Africa we're talking about, so that we can accelerate development. But in return, you will get return to that. Your money will return to you. That is the kind of thing that I think can become a good platform that people can buy into. There's the issue of the tax credit that Rosa talked about also.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Tax credit. So if you can push the tax credit, that the countries give a tax break for somebody who decides to invest in, say, Africa or the Caribbean or elsewhere, or in certain kinds of neighborhoods in the US. Give them a tax exemption, or in fact, give some kind of tax concession, because the businesses, the rich people in these countries, they don't like to pay tax like every other person. That can also then bring funding into that.
Basically, give them a biscuit.
Yes.
I see Rosa is itching
Yes.
to jump in. Please go ahead, and then I'll come to
I wanted to
Crystal
say,
afterwards.
if anyone could figure out a mechanism, it would be Professor Rama. Now, he wasn't named African Banker of the Year for nothing, and he got an award. So I just wanted to say that. It's complicated, but I believe he can figure it out. But what I just wanted to raise a question for reflection. Honestly, if we had a level playing field, equality of opportunity for people, for black people, people of African descent all over the world, would we really need reparations? And I think that is why I'm so focused on what can we do now to achieve. The project you mentioned, the Inga Dam, that is a project that merits support with or without slavery, with or without recognition. It will unlock opportunity and deliver so many people out of poverty. And so that is something that there's a moral and economic imperative to do anyway. And finally, I would love to see it as a part of a global mechanism where you get brilliant bankers like this to pre-qualify some reparations projects with the fund, incentivize through tax incentives and other investment contributions. And I would also say it could also be commercially profitable and viable.
Absolutely, especially with power, the potential to export power to Europe and to the Middle East. And hydropower is green energy. Crystal, obviously the Inga Dam might not necessarily benefit African American communities in the United States or the Caribbean, but there is an infrastructure gap, even within the United States, between where black people live and where the rest live. I've been to places in the United States where people, African American people, don't have indoor plumbing. Right? So that's an opportunity for investment in infrastructure in black communities throughout the United States and perhaps the Caribbean. It's a business opportunity for Prof. Orama and institutions such as his. What do you think?
No, I mean, I totally agree. I think the methodology is pretty simple. It's facts. You can't ignore that there are huge gaps that are becoming wider. Then I think there's framing, there's context, right? We also have to think about, when you start to think about infrastructure, now you have to think about sustainability and the impact of climate change, all those things. But I still think there's an opportunity to create vehicles. And in the United States, there are a lot of, well, there's been a lot of talk about supporting black and brown fund managers and, utilizing fund managers to invest in entrepreneurs to close equity gaps. But And we could go on and on and on about if it's really been effective or not. Because again, the gap just seems to get wider and wider. But I think however we choose to approach it in the United States, the infrastructure issues in Africa, in the Caribbean, we can't ignore facts. And we have to be honest about history. I do think that it gives us a chance to create a new framing around opportunity. And much like what they did in Barbados by creating multilateral banks to create vehicles to help reduce the cost of money for financing, just new opportunities. And I think that's what we have to sort of be honest and rely on.
Or maybe write off or reduce student loans.
Absolutely.
For African American.
That's right. Reduce student loan debt. I mean, I gave you the numbers here about middle-class families, and those, by and large, are college-educated Black families that are burdened by student loan debt. The other piece that we don't talk enough about in the U.S. is there are still first-generation college people. So imagine you're first-generation college, you get your first job, and now you have the responsibility of more than likely 2 and 3 generations are looking for support from you. So again, facts and numbers do not lie. The United States could do better, and there are tons of opportunities around not only eliminating student loan debt, but they could do a better job around home ownership. Those numbers are bleak. We all know in the United States that home ownership is one of the very first steps towards building wealth and closing the wealth gap. So yeah, there are numerous opportunities. But again, I like the formula of facts. I'm not going to allow us to ignore the facts. Framing and new opportunities.
Baroness Patricia, Scotland, you know, many years ago, I think must have been mid-90s or mid-80s, thereabouts, Ghana had an airline, Ghana Airways, and it flew to the, it did the Accra, Barbados route. Ghana Airways flew to Barbados. Surely, even with your Commonwealth hat on, that would be a great idea to have an airline that does some ports, some airports in Africa on the West Coast to the Caribbean and bridge, essentially shrink this vast ocean that sits between us.
Well, the Commonwealth has been working really hard to increase intra and inter-Commonwealth trade. So our trade is now 721 billion between our member states. And as I said yesterday, we hope that it will rise to 1 trillion by 2026 and 2 trillion by 2030. But one of the ways of driving that trade is to enhance the interoperability between the different countries. So changing the regulations, looking at creating framework legislative provisions, and all of those things we're doing. And indeed, we're looking at the connectivity between African states, but also different regions of our Commonwealth, but particularly Africa and the Caribbean. There is no reason whatsoever that we could not explore advantageously for everyone the journey, the travel between the Caribbean and Africa. And I know that when we meet together, the trade ministers of the 56 countries are going to meet, and that's one of the issues we're doing. I'd actually like to see Africa interconnected by the Hyperloop. The Hyperloop that they are building in Canada from Toronto to Montreal, which now currently takes about 6 hours, is anticipated, if it's successful, to take 49 minutes. Can you imagine what the continent of Africa would look like if it was connected not just by rail and air, what if we could connect it by a hyperloop so that you could really integrate and make sure that the African Continental Free Trade Area did that which we all aspire? And what if we could get the funding for the implementation of the Hyperloop? And I know, looking at my own region, one of the things that CARICOM has been grappling with is inter-Caribbean travel, because so often we have to fly out of our region to go back into our region. I think I once flew from Guyana to Dominica, and it took me almost 2 days. And that's because I had to hop various places to Miami, then Miami overnight and come back. So we have these challenges, and in the Commonwealth, we are able together to come and solve them, and we intend to solve them. And as for reparations and this whole discussion, I know that a number of leaders are contemplating whether this would be a good platform, the Commonwealth would be a good platform to start the discussion and how we could shape it, how we could make it beneficial, how we could do a win-win, because we have everyone around that table. But that is a matter for our leaders when they come to discuss these issues, if they choose, in October, the week commencing the 20th of October this year, at the next CHOGM, which will take place in Samoa. That's the next Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. So I, of course, am only a facilitator, and I am a servant ready to serve. But doesn't mean I haven't got some ideas.
Well, your term comes to an end this year, or at the end of this year, and hopefully you will become a champion of reparations for the kinds of projects such as an airline between Africa and the Caribbean, underwritten for 5 to 10 years through institutions like Afreximbank to bring our countries close, our continent closer, and our people, your people, our people, together trade more so that global Africa can play an active part in the African free trade area.
I can certainly assure you that I have for my whole life championed justice, equity, and fairness. And I have never been prouder than I am today for being a lawyer, because international justice really matters. And I say to everyone on this platform, but particularly my great new friend, Benedict, that we are ready, willing, and able to be your partner. And I hope that everyone in this hall will see the Commonwealth as your partner and maybe sometimes your consultant of choice. And we're ready to work.
Thank you. That's heartwarming to hear. I've been informed we've got to wrap this up. I'm happy to say that President Akufo-Addo and President Ali have both been advocates for reparations being paid as of right to the people of Africa and Africans elsewhere. And in 2023, Ghana hosted a conference on reparations here that is pushing to give traction to the realization of this seemingly impossible dream. I would like us to give them a hand. President Efan Ali and President Akufo-Addo. Thank you very much, Crystal Jackson, Baroness Patricia Scotland, Rosa Whittaker, and Professor Orama. Thank you.
Kweku, thank you very much for that discussion. May I have the official photographer, please? Official photographer to grab a photo quickly. Thank you very much. We grab a quick photo and we go into the last session, which is the Presidential Roundtable Dialogue with political, institutional, and business leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few short minutes, we will hear from Her Excellency, the President of Ethiopia. After that, we will also hear from His Excellency, the President of Guyana, which will then bring us to the presentation of the 2024 Action Compact, a few solidarity messages following that, and the final word will be from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, after which we light the torch. A few pleasantries being exchanged. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into our last session, which is about building Africa's single market, ladies and gentlemen, I will kindly ask His Excellency, the President of Guyana, who would like to make a quick interjection and contribution to the panel. Your Excellency, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, all the dignitaries, heads of state, distinguished guests, I just wanted to make a very quick intervention on the panel discussion a few moments ago. And I think it's very important that we make this interjection, because if we don't make this interjection, we'll be doing a serious injustice to all those who have fought so strongly for us to be in the position we are in today in relation to reparation. And that is the question that was posed, whether we recognize the need for reparation. I think we are long past that question. That recognition has already been made, that reparation must be paid. And so there is no longer any debate about whether there is a recognition. We have gone past that. The very fact that we have took hundreds of years to move to the stage of an apology also signifies that the recognition has been made by those who are guilty. And the guilty party has moved towards an apology. So we should never again take this debate back to whether there is recognition. What is needed now is the mechanism, the structure. How are we going to move from apology to a mechanism that leads to reparation? And that definitely cannot take another 100 years. That has to be dealt with now, and that should be the output. That should be the focus. That must be the singular vision of all of us. Getting the guilty party to move towards establishing a mechanism. There is nothing to blush over. There is nothing to gloss over. The recognition is there, an apology has been made, but are we going to wait another 100 years for the mechanism for reparation? No, we must move to the mechanism now. So I wanted to make that very important point. Let us never allow this debate to go back to recognition. That will take us backward. It is a mechanism that is a debate now. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for that interjection. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me with a very warm welcome to bring to the podium Her Excellency the President of Ethiopia in the person of Saleh Work Zewde. Please warmly welcome Her Excellency the President of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency, Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, the President of Guyana, Excellencies, Monsieur le Vice-Président, Prime Minister, and the Secretary General of AfCFTA, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking you, Mr. President, for this invitation for Ethiopia to participate in the 2024 Africa Prosperity Dialogue, an event which is now in its second edition. This kind of platform is undeniably critical and strategic, as it gives the unique opportunity to bring together the political leaders and our continent's business executives. This kind of discussion has the benefit of not only bringing the two entities closer, but also reach actionable initiatives on how to enhance trade in Africa. This close collaboration goes even further, since we should capitalize on the innovative capacities of our youth, female and male young entrepreneurs. We have seen encouraging examples across in some countries which requires emulation across the continent. Last year, the first African Prosperity Dialogue has ended with solid commitments to accelerate AfCFTA implementation, to make this very important commitment made by African heads of states and government a reality. It was also an opportunity where partners expressed their commitment to increase to government and businesses to realize the AfCFTA potential, particularly for women and youth, as mentioned in the compact adopted during that summit. This second edition of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues should help us evaluate what has been done and achieved in 1 year since you all voted to enhance efforts for speedy realization of the agreement by pushing ahead Africa's industrial development and integration agenda, and also remain accountable for its implementation. The challenges we have faced in recent years, from COVID-19, conflicts, climate change, to the impact of crises around the world, has made it abundantly clear that what Africa needs is a sustainable but also resilient economy. Africa suffers, lacks food and fertilizers because of conflicts happening in another hemisphere. This has definitely to change. As I keep on saying many times, it has become increasingly difficult to explain to the young generation of this young continent of ours that we indeed have a rich continent endowed with enormous resources and yet with the poorest population on earth. So this is not just a matter of yet another project that we agreed on, the AfCFTA, but a matter in ensuring the future of our continent. 2024 should be a year where we fast-track the implementation of our critical continental aspirations, with renewed commitment, vigor, and seriousness. My presence here today should signify and qualify the Ethiopian government's commitment for an enhanced trading regime in Africa. To this end, Ethiopia is constantly engaging with the AfCFTA Secretariat so that negotiations would culminate in the adoption of a framework acceptable to all. Our commitment is unwavering. Lifting our population from poverty is our main priority, as I know it is also yours. We can only be better off if we are in this together, not only by words, but through concrete actions, measurable through clear indicators. Before I conclude, let me just say that forums such as this are pertinent. Most of the time, the engagement of businesses and governments are seen as opaque. Such relationships elsewhere enjoy formal status under different names, whereas government-to-business relationships in Africa are most of the time tarnished as schemes of corruption, embezzlement, and the like. Only a meaningful engagement remains crucial, both at policy and practical actions levels. I'm happy to see many of the business community and partners gathered here today. I understand the business retreat the past 2 days to establish the compact to be presented to the summit have been a very interactive one, and we have seen the outcome a few moments ago. I would like to express Ethiopia's appreciation to you, Mr. President, to the business community, but also to all entities who have collaborated in organizing the annual Africa Prosperity Dialogues. It is expected from all African institutions concerned in the realization of AfCFTA to work even more closely than before, learn from our achievements, but also from our shortcomings. Our unity of purpose, as well as our concerted and planned efforts, are the basis for success, as opposed to any approach that might fragment our endeavors. It is not business as usual. It has been said a number of times. It is not about stating each time we meet the obvious, the state of affairs, which has led us to aspire for an African economy not dependent of external economies. I fully agree with the executive chairman of APN. Africa has the means to its ambitions. We indeed have what it takes. There is no dream which is too big or impossible. In fact, listening to the previous panel, it reminds me what we did back home. In building with our own resources a dam, Africa needs more dams to develop, but it is possible to do it with what you have. Our airline can also be quoted as a good example in a public-owned enterprise that can do the work. And now, I would like to express once again our gratitude and appreciation to the organizers, the AfCFTA Secretariat, all those who took part and announced that Ethiopia accepts the pact that has just been presented to us. I wish this deliberation success. God bless Africa. I thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of Ethiopia, Sahle-Work Zewde, we thank you very much, Madam, for your words. And now please allow me to bring to the stage the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, in the person of Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the President of Ghana, other distinguished heads of state, ministers, members of the diplomatic community, media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers, His Excellency, the President of Ghana and the people of Ghana for graciously hosting my delegation. We're indeed very grateful for this opportunity to be here. One of the things I want to recognize very early is that Africa has been a place of fearless leadership. And recently, South Africa reminded us that Africa remains a place where fearless leaders exist, always standing up for the right side, on the right side of things and on the right side of humanity. I think we owe it to South Africa, to the leadership, for showing that injustices, wherever it exists, does not sit well with the leaders of Africa. My own country experienced recently the resounding support of Africa leadership at the UN Security Council when we came under threat. And I want to thank all the leaders of Africa and your representatives at the UN for the support that you would have given us. Very rarely we acknowledge the significant contribution Africa makes to our global community, because we get fixed on responding to the negativity that is out there. But I think on occasions like these, we give ourselves an excellent opportunity to showcase the difference we can make, to showcase the opportunities we bring, and to showcase the ideas we can contribute to solving global problems and global issues. And why not? We sit today in a region where 30% of the world's mineral reserve reside, 8% of the world's natural gas. For a matter of fact, 55 countries in Africa has proven natural gas reserves, 40% of the world's gold, and 90% of the world's chromium and platinum, the largest reserve of diamond, platinum, uranium, 65% of the world's arable land, and 10% of the planet's internal renewable fresh water source. That is what the region possesses. How are we going to deploy this to solve the global issues surrounding climate security, energy security, food security, and human transformation? We have been blessed in this region with the natural assets to provide the solution. We have been blessed with the brain power to provide the ideas and the policies that can lead to the solution. What is required is a commitment to action, a commitment to meeting targets, and a commitment to staying on track with the targets we set. My country, Guyana, produced an outstanding historian, Dr. Walter Rodney. He wrote a seminal work entitled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Rodney argues that the economic exploitation, political domination, and cultural subjugation imposed by European powers have played a pivotal role in underdeveloping the African continent. He contended that the extraction of Africa's human and natural resources for the benefit of European powers has created lasting economic disparities. That was the contention of an outstanding Guyanese and global historian, Dr. Walter Rodney. The question is, today we have enough empirical evidence to prove that Dr. Walter Rodney was right. But what are we going to do about this fact? How are we going to change the course? And how are we going to pursue a path that allows us to correct this historical wrong? The issue of foreign direct investment, economic sovereignty are important issues that we must address. In Guyana, for example, we are now a new kid on the block in relation to oil and gas, the oil and gas sector. And we understand how economic sovereignty is important for us. That is why we wanted to enact a legislation that ensures local content and local participation. And where did we go to get this legislation? Of course, there were many offers, but we came to Ghana and we got the best possible legislation with the support from Ghana for our local content law. Today, I want to thank His Excellency and the government of Ghana for their strong support in helping us as we continue to build the institutional and structural arrangement in this new sector. In the theme you're examining today is Speak to Value-Added Production. Africa has already developed a template for increasing the value added to its production. The Continental Commodity Strategy has been developed within the framework of the Africa Union's Agenda 2063. It charts a course towards increased industrialization propelled by commodities. The overarching goal is to catalyze the structural, social, and economic transformation of the African continent. The strategy is designed to pinpoint, articulate, and execute policies and programs that empower African nations to enhance the value of their commodities, secure greater returns, integrate into global value chains, and foster both vertical and horizontal diversification. But what we need is to ensure the institutions and system work to achieve this objective. Drawing insights from the Caribbean community 50th anniversary celebration last year, valuable lessons surface regarding the dynamics of integration. The CARICOM experience underscores that integration is not a fixed destination, but an ongoing and evolving process. Integration demands time, patience, and a ceaseless commitment in nurturing collaborative framework. Understanding that the benefits of integration may not manifest instantly, but rather over time, helps manage expectations and underscores the need for perseverance in realizing the long-term dividends of such endeavors. And I want to make this point to especially the private sector. I know sometimes you can lose patience with the process, but integration is not a fixed destination. It must evolve. It must be built on, and successive generations will continue to build on different facets of integration. As the sitting chair of CARICOM, I cannot leave this podium without pointing out some important facts. That is, less than 0.1% of African export is destined for Caribbean countries in 2020. The share of exports from Africa to the Caribbean trended downwards since 2015. The share of export from the Caribbean to Africa also displayed a similar trend since 2015. The continent also accounted for less than 1% of Caribbean exports. Trade between Africa and the region is highly concentrated around primary minerals. More than 40% of the Caribbean exports to Africa are chemicals. These are things that we need to fix. The opportunities are there for massive increases in the trade between Africa and the Caribbean. But there are things that we have to fix. We have to fix the trade barriers. We have to fix the issues of transport and logistics. We have to fix the rules between ourselves that will help to stimulate trade and advance trade between our countries. There's tremendous opportunities as we seek to have the issue of food security resolved within the region. And when you look at our region population, you may say that our population is very small. But what we give to Africa, to investors from Africa, is access to a market of over 400 million people in which we have trade arrangement and trade agreement. Take, for example, aquaculture. Aquaculture, the size of the aquaculture market in the US alone is $4 billion annually. And Guyana is among the most competitive countries when it comes to aquaculture and the production of fish product for the United States market. You have the know-how, you have the technology, we have the land, we have the competitive advantage. What if we merge? What if we merge? And for us to do this, we have to think outside of the box. We have to embrace the new opportunities. We have to look beyond the traditional areas that we have looked at. And the Caribbean and Guyana presents this very important opportunity for you here. There is much that I want to say, but I know we are constrained by time. But let me say 3 more things. 1, how do we position Africa in the global system? And this is what we must do. We have to examine this question. How do we position Africa in the global system to be more resilient, sustainable, and competitive? And my dear friend from Ethiopia addressed some very fundamental issues. We must show to the world that we can produce the best system of governance, that we can produce democratic societies, and that we can stand at all times on the side of the rule of law and democracy. And that would allow us to demonstrate that we are serious about ensuring Africa is resilient, sustainable, and competitive. How do we build a winning culture, adapting to changing business environment? And Professor Orama has been leading by example, unlocking more than $3 billion of investment for the Caribbean through the Afreximbank. And we need to applaud him and applaud what the Afreximbank is doing. Groundbreaking work, leading by example, taking the time to come to the Caribbean, taking the time to work with CARICOM. These are the things we need to do. Invest the time, invest the ideas, and break traditional ground. And we have started this process. How do we build a winning culture? Today in this forum, I want to recommend that we seriously examine the issue of technology, AI, digitization, and robotics. These are going to be the challenges of the future. We cannot speak about prosperity if we do not start addressing these issues now. We have seen already, we are always playing the catch-up game. When the world went ahead with industrialization, we were catching up to be competitive, to become industrialized. Now the world is heading apace with digitization and AI. And unless we confront these challenges now, unless we are able to build the structures and institutions that allow us to confront these challenges now, we'll continue to play the catch-up game. So we need to look at the regulations. We need to work together in addressing the impact AI and digitization would have on our competitiveness and our economies in its totality. How do we empower systems and institutions? And I spoke to my dear friend, His Excellency, the President of Ghana, to take the leadership to ensure that we get the ACP back up and running, functional. The ACP plays an important role, and we must ensure that the ACP is operating at its optimum so that we can exert more influence globally. We need to reposition the ACP. We need to reorient the ACP, and we need to rebuild the ACP into a stronger institution. We need to work together. The Caribbean and Africa need to work together in partnership on important issues like climate. We have vast amount of forests. We have fresh water. We have the ecosystem and a biodiversity system that is second to none. How are we going to partner on the issue of climate? Energy. How do we partner on the issue of energy? We cannot let the energy conversation leave us behind. We have to ensure that we are on that table. When we talk about energy transition, the role of natural gas, the role of petroleum, we cannot be off of that table. We have to let our voices be heard on that table because it is an important subject for us when we speak about energy security. On food security, we cannot have 65% of the arable land and not be the leader on the issue of food security and not be developing the policies and the framework that would lead to a world in which food security is addressed, in which hunger is addressed, in which poverty is addressed through food security in the production of food. We must be on that table providing the leadership. On the issue of human transformation, we have to lead. You will have in this continent the youngest middle class, the youngest population. The population by the mid of the century will go to $2.4 billion, and most of them will be young people. We have to be positioned to lead the discussion on human resource transformation. How do we ensure that training, retraining, realigning of our human resource asset is done to meet what the world requires and what our economy requires? Importantly, I want to close that we cannot leave without addressing a very important issue. How do we build trust among ourselves? We cannot work together if we don't trust each other. We have to build trust among ourselves at the political level and at the level of the private sector. Building trust is a process. Building trust takes time, building relationship, expanding network. And that is why the private sector helps the political system sometimes. Because the private sector is taking the leading role. What Professor Orama is doing is taking the leading role in showing how we can develop a model that enhances trust. And then the political system will have to follow to support the building of that trust and building of relationship. So I want to say that, I want to close by saying what we should do is to recreate the narrative, recreate the global brand of who we are, to redefine who we are in the global brand, because that is what is going to ensure we're taken seriously, and we want the world to know that they must take us seriously. I thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. We shall continue with the program. Now, this is not an ordinary meeting. It's a meeting between the private sector and the public sector. So we shall move away slightly from protocol. And so we're going to hear the business leaders, and then we're going to come back to the political entities, and we're going to have a conversation. It's going to be snappy. We only have about 25 minutes to go. So everyone is going to have about a minute, or perhaps a minute and a half, and we're going to go to the business leaders right now. And for that, we shall begin with Mr. Kola Karim, who is Group Managing Director and CEO of Shoreline Energy. Thank you for being here. And excuse me, you may sit where you are and make your submissions, yes. Thank you. Shall we have Mr. Kola Karim's mic?
Your Excellencies, President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, leaders of delegations, presidents, and prime ministers, good afternoon. I'll stand on all existing protocols. My quick submission is this. the Africa Prosperity Dialogue is a phenomenal network, benchmarking standards of what this continent could achieve. Having listened to our leaders who've spoken before me, listened to our fellow business leaders who've spoken, and the submissions from the financial leaders as well, one thing is clear: Africa's future on prosperity depends on one thing and one thing only: the determination of exquisite leadership, the commitment of young, hungry Africans, and more importantly, the focused dedication of us wanting to make a success of this continent. So to the dialogue, to the submissions, there's nothing that could keep it clear than the messages that's been put out there today, that the train of Africa's prosperity left the station, and the most important part of this is the commitment from all around this table to work together to increase the tempo in making sure success is ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kola Karim. I think the buzz phrase could be working together. Shall we go to Monsieur Lassina Kone de Smart Africa? À vous, si vous voulez parler en français, nous avons des traducteurs ici.
No, I can speak in Arabic too if you want. So.
That's being African. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yeah, Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana, thank you very much for receiving us. Your Excellencies, member of the government here, I'm going to be very short and very, very brief. My late grandfather, born in late 19th century, he may not have known certain things, so he couldn't have done anything about it. And my late father, of course, born in early 20th century, he may have known certain things, but he could not have done anything about it. But our generation, born after 60s, after the independence, we know it, then we must do something about it. So imagine a continent where farmers in Uganda can effortlessly sell her produce to a buyer in Nigeria, where a tech startup in Kenya can seamlessly provide services to clients in Morocco, where the exchange of goods and services and ideas is not hindered by borders, physical borders as we talk about, but facilitated by technology. This is not just a dream, Excellencies. It is a vision, it's the vision which is within our grasp. To be very quick, the only thing I really want to address here, we've gone so far as a Smart Africa organization created 10 years ago. All I wanted to really see here is to call upon all the African countries to actually present here to join the Smart Africa Trust Alliance, which builds a fundamental trust that Mr. President of Guyana just talked about it. Everything relies on the trust, and we are still living on the truth economy, as I talked about it yesterday. So, again, to reiterate, the rain falls when the right conditions are set in place for the clouds to gather. Therefore, we ought to make our business environments attractive in our ecosystem which is industry, such as the telecom, innovations and transformation, as the competition for the funds is extremely furious, which calls upon all our leaders here in the room to regulate for development and not to regulate to regulate. Excellencies, we are living at the moment in a very disruptive innovations and innovative paradigm where following the choices is the only options rather than following the rules, as the rule itself does not apply to choices because choices is based on innovation. So the rules follow the choices and the disruptive innovation environment and not the vice versa. And we at Smart Africa, based in Kigali, are leading the charge to set the right conditions for Africa's digital interoperability. So I invite you all here to come on board as we transform Africa into a global digital powerhouse. Let us work together to create this environment. As one time the General Carthage said it, we either find a way or we create one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lassina Kone of Smart Africa. We shall keep it very short. Thank you very much. Next is the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, representing central banks across Africa.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The discussions over the past few days have shown that improving payment market infrastructure interoperability in Africa would help to drive financial inclusion and promote economic growth. We agree with the need to address the issues that prohibit interoperability among the payments market infrastructures that we have. In particular, we need to address the regulatory barriers that make accessing payment systems in our jurisdictions and irregular. In addition, we also need to address the limited capacity and the lack of knowledge sharing among our regulators and government officials. To address this, we agree to cooperate as regulators, governments, and payment service providers to come together and offer a space for exchanging experiences and lessons learned. And finally, we also agree with the need for regulatory cooperation. We accept all these recommendations on behalf of all the regulators involved in addressing the challenges. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We shall now go to the AfDB. A very quick statement from you, after which we'll go to Badea, and then we'll go to BOAD. You all have a minute each. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prince. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, all protocols observed. I mean, first of all, for us, I'm here representing President Adesina of the African Development Bank. For us, when we heard the theme, produce, add value, trade, it fully resonated with us because we have what we call our high five strategic priorities, of which everything I've just said is captured in what we call our industrialization high five strategy. The other aspects of our high five strategies are also captured in this because they are enablers, which is to light up, empower Africa, which is to feed Africa, and also to integrate Africa. So we fully support the compact, which is going to anchor the CFTA with the continuing political commitments that we are seeing demonstrated by the various excellencies here. And we need to build back better, and this is the opportunity. Now, if we're not even going to buy into this, let me scare us into this. Europe now has the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Because we produce with non-renewable power, there's going to be an imposition of tax that could cost Africa $25 billion. And this is where we end up being collateral damage between the war of trade between the West and the East. So my point is, we need to start to trade amongst ourselves in terms of value addition and not just commodities. So for us, it's about partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. And we work together here with Afrexim, with Badea, with Boade. We also work through the African Association of DFIs, of which the Development Bank of Ghana is a member. And we'll continue to actually deliver, both in terms of our support of governments to create the right enabling environment, but for all the private sector parties here. I mean, Kola Kareem is one of my clients. We will invest in you, we will put in risk capital to really help support you in your cross-border expansion. There is capital in Africa, as Professor Orama mentioned. $2.8 trillion of capital. We need to harness it. We would use our balance sheet to harness that. for the sake of African champions. Let me end by saying there are several compacts being underwritten and supported by the African heads of state. Let's make sure they interact with each other. Because, for example, we have the Dakar II Compact that has mobilized $74 billion from development partners and bilateral partners globally. This can really integrate well with the Unleashing Africa food and agribusiness potential part of today's compact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon Quaino, who is Vice President of the African Development Bank, representing the President of the same bank and the DFIs. We shall also go to Mr. Sidi Ould Tah, who's President of Badea. You have only 1 minute. Please bear with us. Your other colleagues have to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, President, Vice President, Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, we'd like to express our full support for the compact, and we commend the work done by APN and the outcome of the APD, the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, which are very much aligned with Badea 2030, our strategy, which is itself aligned with the Agenda 2063 of the African Union and the Global Agenda SDGs 2030. I would like just to highlight the catalytic role of Badea, which has been able over the past few years to mobilize for Africa $4 for each dollar from its own resources. Against each dollar from its resource, the bank has been able to mobilize $4 to support development projects in Africa. More recently, and in line with the AfCFTA, we have established the Africa Trade Facility, which is meant to support intra-Africa trade. We are working very closely with Afreximbank, Professor Orama, with BOAD, with African Development Bank, and other development banks in the continent. And we stand ready to provide all our support by bringing support from the Arab Coordination Group, a group of 10 financial institutions, which has just pledged a few weeks back in Riyadh during the Africa-Saudi Arab Economic Conference. The group has pledged $50 billion to support resilient infrastructure in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sidi Ould Tah of Badea. He's the president of Badea. Shall we now go to President Serge Ekoui of BOAD? You've got 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Excellencies, President of the Republic of Ghana, Guyana, of Ethiopia, Guyana, Vice President of Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Vice President Kone, distinguished guests, the West African region, the YMU region, the sub-region, which is under the remit of the West African Development Bank, naturally commits to the both to the APD and the outcome of the compact. As the Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire rightly mentioned earlier, the national development plan of our different countries found out the necessity to enhance the development of infrastructure when it comes to transportation, telecommunication, which basically accelerate the pace of development and the capacity to fill the development gaps. And I would like to add energy and water sanitation. Agriculture is equally a sector of concern, both on the end of the food security on one hand, and naturally the agribusiness, which naturally, I would say, adds value to our respective and collective GDPs. And lastly, but surely not the least, the support to the private sector and a focus on employment content in our different projects. All this would require capital, tier one capital, long-term funding, concessional funding, and naturally Bewade worked on that. I thank you also very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you heard from the DFIs. We shall return to the political leaders, and we have two selected political leaders for you. We're going to go to the Prime Minister of Mozambique, His Excellency Adriano Meliene.
Your Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Honorable Secretary General of African Continental Free Trade Area, Honorable Secretary General of the Commonwealth, dear representatives of development partners, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin my intervention conveying to this forum the warm greetings of His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nunes, President of the Republic of Mozambique, as well as his wish for a successful outcome of the second edition of Africa Prosperity Dialogue. We congratulate His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, for this initiative, which is a platform that allows us to jointly seek holistic solutions to promote development and boost intra-African trade. We extend our greetings to the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area and all institutions that direct or indirectly are contributing to the realization of this important event for the promotion of socio-economic growth of African continent. We express our sincere thanks to the people and the government of Ghana for the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in this friendly country. We really feel at home. Ladies and gentlemen, for Mozambique, this event has significant importance taking into account that it is in line with our efforts to ensure and accelerate the materialization of the African Continental Free Trade Area and consequently promote and strengthen economic and commercial relations between African countries. We believe that to promote and strengthen economic and commercial relations, we must ensure an increasingly vibrant involvement of the business sector and the financial institutions at the national, regional, and international level, which will allow us to increase investment in technologies and innovation, thus creating solid and secure bases for increasing production, industrialization, by adding value to our raw materials. The active involvement of business sector, our strategic partner, will also allow us to promote the development of basic logistical infrastructure to facilitate and improve intra-African trade. Excellencies, for our country, Mozambique, agriculture is a factor of socio-economic inclusion by employing a large part of the Mozambican population and is also the main driver of the process of diversification and industrialization of our economy. Within the scope of agriculture modernization in our country, we set up a national program called Sustenta, integrating small farming families into production and commercialization value chains. The Sustenta program is contributing to the structural transformation of a country's rural economy, as well as to the dynamization of agro-industry using local raw materials in the context of a national program to industrialize Mozambique, we call PRONAI. Our industrialization process relies on the involvement and active participation of the private sector, especially micro, small, and medium enterprise, as well as the support of national, regional, continental, and international financial institutions. Mozambique is determined to continue implementing measures and taking action that contribute to increase national industrial production, prioritizing the use of local raw materials, and stimulate increased trade, particularly within African countries. We believe that with this approach, we will be contributing to the consolidation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the achievement of the African Agenda 2053 objective. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We shall proceed. We shall now call on His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Bugali, Speaker of the People's National Assembly, Algeria. Now, His Excellency Ibrahim Bugali will be speaking in Arabic, and so if you would like to listen to his speech, please pick up your devices and press on channel 4 for translations. Thank you. His Excellency. The mic for His Excellency, please.
موصلين فخامة رئيس جمهورية غانا، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي ورؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيدات فضليات والسادة الأفاضل، الحضور الكريم، اسمحوا لي أن أنقل إليكم بداية تحيات السيد عبد المجيد تبون رئيس الجمهورية الجزائرية الديمقراطية الشعبية، وتمنياته أن تكلل أشغالنا بالنجاح والتوفيق بما يخدم مصالح الشعوب الإفريقية ويحقق لها الاستقرار والازدهار. وقد شرفني بتمثيله والمشاركة نيابة عنه في هذه الطبعة الثانية لمنتدى حوارات إفريقيا حول الازدهار التي تنعقد تحت الشعار بناء ازدهار إفريقيا، الإنتاج، القيمة المضافة والتجارة. وحيث أن موضوع هذه الجلسة يتمحور حول بناء سوق موحد إفريقي، توقعات ومسؤوليات القادة السياسيين والمسؤولين الاقتصاديين، أتشرف أن أعرض على مسامعكم بعض ملامح التجربة الجزائرية فيما يخص السياسات والإجراءات المتخذة ضمن الديناميكية الإفريقية الرامية إلى تحقيق الاندماج الاقتصادي والبناء الفعلي لسوق إفريقية مشتركة. إن الجزائر وإيمانا منها بأهمية التكامل الاقتصادي الإفريقي انخرطت فعليا وبكل قوة في المساعي الرامية إلى إصلاح الاتحاد الإفريقي وجعله مواكبا لتطلعات الشعوب الإفريقية في مجال التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية وتشجيع المبادلات البينية في القارة. وفي هذا السياق وقعت الجزائر بتاريخ 21 مارس 2018 بكيغالي رواندا على اتفاقية منطقة التجارة الحرة القارية الإفريقية، إضافة إلى البروتوكولات الثلاثة المتعلقة بتجارة السلع وتجارة الخدمات وفض النزاعات. وشرعت رسميا في إجراءات التصديق على هذه الاتفاقية القارية بتاريخ 28 فبراير 2020، لتصدر بتاريخ 29 ديسمبر 2020 قانونا متعلقا بالتصديق على الاتفاقية المنشئة لهذه المنطقة الحرة. الاستثمار في البنية التحتية والطاقة والزراعة والتكنولوجيا، بما يساهم في تنشيط التبادل التجاري مع الدول الإفريقية، وبالتالي زيادة فرص العمل وتحسين الظروف الاقتصادية والاجتماعية في القارة، علاوة على تنفيذ عدد من المشاريع الحيوية المشتركة مع دول القارة كمشروع أنبوب الغاز الطبيعي العابر للصحراء الذي سينقل الغاز من نيجيريا إلى أوروبا مرورا بالجزائر والنيجر، الميناء الكبير الجزائر وسط الحمدانية، والمشروع الضخم للألياف البصرية الرابط بين الجزائر ونيجيريا. وتعمل الجزائر جاهدة من أجل إطلاق مشاريع اقتصادية هامة على غرار تموين إفريقيا بالكهرباء وتدارك التأخر المسجل في خطوط النقل بالدول الإفريقية، حيث فتحت مؤخرا خطا بحريا نحو السنغال، وكذا طريق السيار الذي يربط الجزائر بموريتانيا، وطريق السيار العابر للصحراء الذي سيربط تونس ومالي والنيجر والتشاد ليصل إلى نيجيريا، ناهيك على فتح خطوط جوية مباشرة مع العواصم الإفريقية وفتح بنوك جزائرية في دول إفريقية عديدة. كما تحفز الدولة الجزائرية رجال أعمال جزائريين على اختيار إفريقيا كوجهة فضلى من أجل استثماراتهم. وفي إطار توجهاتها الاقتصادية الجديدة وتعزيزا لهذا المسعى، أصدرت الجزائر العديد من القوانين والتشريعات، لعل أبرزها القانون رقم 15/22 المؤرخ في 20 جويلية 2022 الذي يحدد القواعد المنظمة للمناطق الحرة، والذي سعت الجزائر من خلال تلتزم الجزائر بدعم التنسيق والتعاون مع البلدان الإفريقية على مختلف الأصعدة، ولا سيما من أجل تحقيق الأمن والحفاظ على السلم والاستقرار في القارة، وذلك من خلال دورها المحوري في مكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف والجريمة المنظمة، وتواجدها ودعمها لمختلف هياكل التعاون الأمني الإفريقي، حيث تستضيف المركز الإفريقي للدراسات والبحوث حول الإرهاب الذي يسعى إلى توجيه جهود مكافحة الإرهاب وتنسيقها في مختلف أنحاء إفريقيا. وكذا آلية الاتحاد الإفريقي للتعاون في مجال الشرطة، علاوة على جهودها في تكوين الأئمة من مختلف الدول الإفريقية لمكافحة التطرف العنيف ونشر الإسلام الوسطي المعتدل، ومشاركتها في لجنة قيادة الأركان العملياتية المشتركة في إطار التعاون الأمني مع دول منطقة الساحل. السيدات الفضليات، السادة الأفاضل، إن الجزائر التي ناضلت دائما من أجل استقلال القارة الإفريقية وتحررها من كل أشكال التبعية والاستغلال، والتي تؤكد دائما دعمها للقضايا العادلة في العالم، وفي مقدمتها قضية فلسطين والصحراء الغربية، تؤمن إيمانا راسخا بإفريقيا مستقرة سياسيا ورائدة ومزدهرة اقتصاديا وتنمويا. ومنهج الجزائر في التعامل مع عمقها الإفريقي منهج واضح وثابت يستند إلى مقاربة شاملة متعددة الأبعاد، تقوم على عناصر أساسية ترتكز على ثلاثية السلم والأمن والتنمية، وتأخذ بعين الاعتبار الأسباب الحقيقية لمختلف التهديدات التي تواجه القارة، وتأكيد سيادة البلدان الإفريقية ورفض التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية تحت أي مبرر. كما تسعى الجزائر دائما إلى تعزيز التعاون والتضامن الإفريقي، وتدعم كل المبادرات الرامية إلى نهضة القارة وتقدمها. إن طموحاتنا كبيرة وثقتنا أكيدة في مقدوراتنا وما تزخر به قارتنا من طاقات هائلة مادية وبشرية، ولا سيما الثروة الشبابية الثمينة التي نعول عليها لبناء إفريقيا المستقبل. وإننا لا يقين بأن المبادئ والقيم السامية التي ألهمت أسلافنا لحمل مشعل الحرية والاستقلال من أجل الانعتاق ستكون لنا دليلا اليوم لتحقيق ما نصبو إليه من آمال وتطلعات. أشكركم على كرم الإصغاء وأجدد لكم تمنياتنا أن تكفل أشغالنا أن تكلل أشغالنا بالنجاح والتوفيق. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much. Africa, it appears, is at work very hard. We heard about Algeria's transport and logistics program. We heard about Mozambique's Sustainer program. And earlier on, we saw a video about Ghana's One District, One Factory program, which has been adopted by South Africa. And this is brilliant because we're talking among ourselves. Next, we're going to have Mr. Honorable Mohammed Albu El Ain, who is the chairman of the Cleopatra Group. So he's a business person and he's also the deputy speaker of parliament for the Arab Republic of Egypt. And that's wonderful. Shall we have you up on stage? I'm sure we will have 1 minute.
Your Excellency, Head of States, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I know that everybody's tired now, and I will be short, because I'm really afraid that after the finishing of this conference, everybody is going home, and after, with all the precious opinion and discussion, will go away. I don't think that after all this effort, we need to stop and to evaluate some lessons from the past, why we are here. If God has been granted for us a great opportunities for national resources and also human and continent is youth, and we can do a lot, why we didn't achieve this? I think is management problem. It's our problem. That's why I believe that this time, we heard a lot of opinion, I think it's the first time to hear it, about branding Africa. How to build Africa brand. How to promote Africa. How to say this is win-win project and to communicate with the multinational company to come here and to have this project together. How to introduce ourselves and enter to the fourth revolution, industrial revolution. How to maximize and great added value for our national resources. And I think when we talk about all these things and also the infrastructure, we have to think that all these challenges can be opportunity for investors. How to promote this? This is the first idea, is to draw our investment map. Where is the industry? Where is the agriculture? Where are the services? And what about the law, which can protect the investor in this, and a unique law in all Africa? And how to present this to make our vision. It's a very important issue to start to talk about marketing Africa project. How to communicate with this. This is needed specialized people. This need to communicate with another language for the investment and the investors. This is need to present it guaranteed and well presented with a finance and with a special treatment, with also a special idea, non-traditional idea, in order to make a difference between the past and the future. I don't like to talk a lot, but this is, I think, is opportunity that everybody from us, because the challenges is a responsibility from the president, from the government, and also for us to start to communicate and to promote Africa. Indeed, we have experience in Egypt, and I think everybody which is visiting Egypt, when we start to go to the desert has no value. But when we start to make the infrastructure, introducing also the private sector, the 1 square meter of 50 piastres, half pound, today start to arrive to 30,000 and 40,000 pounds. This is the added value. When we talk about a mega project, and this is the time to make the mega project and to present mega project in Africa. One of these mega projects, for example, as we have been here now, it is from north to south Africa. It is a complete railways and also complete road in order to facilitate the transport for people and also for the goods. This project is creating for right and left a new community. This is another added value. This mega project has to be cut in pieces and to promote to the private sector to be done. This is opportunity which can make a great added value for 11 different countries. If we talk about electricity, if we talk about also the River Nile can get a great job for transportation for goods. If we start to make this study, and I think there is a lot of ideas, and people which are talking about dams, yes, we can make dams, we accept to make dams, but with full right of all the country, from upstream to downstream, to be agreed and to be signed and to be respected their future and respected their right. This is the only term is in order not to create another problem and the Africa have enough problem. I think we will be on the right track very soon, because with all these initiatives, with all this determination, we will do great Africa and modern Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have 3 ministers left, and if there is anything that I've learned in my career, ministers can be very good time managers, and so we will have 1 minute from each of you. We are going to hear from the Republic of Rwanda, represented by Honorable Dr. Uziel Ndigimana, who is Minister of Finance and Economic Planning. From here, we shall all sit in our places and give our submissions. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, all protocols observed. On behalf of His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, I wish to start by thanking His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, for his invitation and for convening this important summit on Africa's prosperity. Lessons learned from COVID-19 and subsequent overlapping crises, including geopolitical conflicts, which affect the global economy and African economies, prove to us that there is no other option for Africa's prosperity than African integration. I commend the progress made in implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area since its establishment in 2018 in Kigali, Rwanda. But a lot more remains to be done to fully turn the AfCFTA potential into a tangible development impact for our continent. It is not acceptable that Africa continues to be marginalized in the global trade after over 6 decades of independence. It is not acceptable for Africa to continue to produce what it does not consume and to consume what it does not produce. It is not acceptable that intra-African trade remains the lowest intra-regional trade globally. And it is not acceptable that Africa is the poorest region in the world, despite being rich in natural resources, including those that are critical for the modern industry. I therefore commend the theme of this summit, focused on production, value addition, and trade to deliver Africa's prosperity. We have all key ingredients to achieve Africa's prosperity: abundant natural resources, abundant and growing human resources, And we have political leaders and business leaders who can drive the transformation of Africa towards prosperity. What we need is firm commitments to work together as political leaders and business leaders to optimize the use of these resources for Africa's prosperity. Let's remove all barriers to free movement of people, goods, services, and capital across the continent. Let's work together, public and private sectors, to add value to our raw materials and increase inter-African trade and exports to the rest of the world. Ghana has started and is currently producing high-quality chocolates from its cocoa beans, but we need to see them in supermarkets across Africa. Rwanda also has enabled investments in the manufacturing industry, including agro-processing, construction materials, textile, and pharmaceuticals for its domestic market and African market and beyond. We need to work together to address the issue of transport and the logistics in Africa to allow a competitive distribution of goods and people in Africa. We need also to strengthen our financial institutions to finance investment in Africa and to contribute to the inter-African trade and investment. Excellencies, to conclude, good things are happening in Africa towards greater integration and toward prosperity. But we need to do more and faster. Together we can. I thank you.
We're getting there. Our penultimate submission, which will be given seated, thank you very much, will be from Mr. Honorable Kojo Sevan-Tepe Adetsi, who is Minister of State, Minister of Urban Planning, Housing and Land Reform from the Republic of Togo. You may sit and deliver your speech. All right.
Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Ghana, Excellences, Madame et Messieurs les Présidents et chefs de gouvernement, je voudrais, avec déférence, transmettre à Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Ghana, les salutations fraternelles et amicales de Son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Issou Singbe, Président de la République togolaise. Excellence, je ne pense pas, après avoir écouté tout ce qu'il faut pour cette Afrique, de produire, d'ajouter de la valeur et de commercer, je ne pense pas qu'il soit opportun de revenir sur ces discours-là. L'Afrique a tout ce dont elle a besoin pour prospérer. Si nous savons tous qu'avec l'ASLECAF, nous pouvons d'ici 2035 sortir 50 millions de nos concitoyens de la pauvreté, de l'extrême pauvreté, avec tout ce dont nous disposons en termes de ressources humaines, de ressources minières, inutile de revenir sur tout cela, il me semble qu'il ne reste à notre Afrique que de joindre à l'ambition l'acte, les actions à poser pour transformer de façon structurelle notre économie. Nous avons la chance d'avoir un secrétaire général très dynamique, très diligent, qui nous a fait parvenir tous les livrables pour une ZLECAf opérationnelle. Qu'attendons-nous? Le commerce guidé est lancé il y a quelques mois. Généralisons notre commerce intra-africain sur le minimum de consensus auquel nous sommes parvenus. Et nous allons avoir une Afrique qui se respecte, qui force l'admiration des autres et qui attire plus les investisseurs. Je voudrais terminer en disant tout simplement que Dieu bénisse l'Afrique pour que nous ayons une Afrique plus prospère et qui crée du bonheur pour les femmes et les hommes que nous avons. Merci de votre aimable attention.
And now a final submission from our final minister, who is Honorable Boubacar Ismaila Diouf. He is Minister for Trade, Industry, Employment and Regional Integration for the Republic of the Gambia. If you would like to sit.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I wish to convey greetings from His Excellency President Adama Barrow to his brother and friend, President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana. And I wish to use the opportunity to thank the people of Ghana and the government in particular for the very warm welcome and hospitality extended to me since my arrival. I'll make this short, Mr. Chairman. The case has been made that AfCFTA is the most ideal pathway to a prosperous Africa, the Africa we want. To unlock the potential, we need to revisit processes, laws, regulation, and harmonize standards and laws to relax the tensions at our borders across the continent. All the barriers enumerated here during the last 3 days are artificial. Therefore, we can do something about them. The role of advocacy in this is paramount, as we see the role of APN in ensuring that this dialogue has taken place. It behoves all leaders in Africa, therefore, from technicians to politicians, to deliver that Africa we all desire. The desired destiny is clear, and the tools are not a secret, they are apparent. What we need is the leadership, worthy institutions, and in my view, these are present. Let us therefore allow trade to flow. For prosperity, let us enhance regional value chains. Can we do it? Yes, I believe we can. Thank you very much.
This has been a wonderful marketplace of actionable ideas that are going to lead to bankable projects, and we hope Africa moves forward very quickly. Thank you very much, and that was our last final submission. Shall I call on my colleague Anita Erskine to take over from here? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prince Moses, and please do understand that we are very grateful for your patience and your tolerance. The Africa we want will not happen overnight, and it'll take this kind of tolerance and the exhibition of it to achieve it. Thank you very much for that. We are coming into the last part of our program, which will start off with Mr. Gabby Otchere-Darko handing over the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024 Action Compact between political and business leaders, handing that over to His Excellency the President. After that, His Excellency the President will speak to this august audience, after which I would kindly ask the heads of delegation to join His Excellency on the stage as Dr. Amani Asfor, who's the President, Africa Business Council, will aid in lighting of the Africa Trade Torch. Noyam will perform, and we will go to a late, well-deserved lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, to start off this very last part, please, first of all, allow me, do we have the APN video? APN video kindly, which will usher us into the last part of the program, please. Thank you very much. Take a quick look at why we came here, what we've done here, and then I will bring Mr. Gabby Otchere-Darko onto the stage. APN video, please.
This is your time. Let every clock chime. Africa without borders, without barriers to creativity and prosperity. Embrace it. Unleash it. Gone was the era when our resources fed the production lines of others, only for us to buy back at a higher price what we gave away cheaply. Gone should be this era where it is easier to travel through another continent to get to an AU member state. Away must be the system which makes it cheaper and faster to ship from Asia to Africa than from East to West Africa. We are ready to build the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve, and Africa we can. Rich as we have and rich we must be. Strongest in numbers, strongest in resources. Stronger now in working together for shared prosperity. The future is now. The Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024 beckons us to the serene hills of Ebri, Ghana, where minds converge, ideas bloom, and destinies intertwine to transform Africa. That is why we are here, to think together, plan together, work together, to win and win for Africa together. We have the expertise. We can raise the money, build the roads, railways, factories, and digital platforms to produce what we consume and add value to what we export. Buy from the manufacturer in Casablanca without the dollar. The tech engineer from Kigali can work in Tunis from Banjul. The Abidjan businesswoman has a market of 1.4 billion people. The tourist from Lusaka needs no visa to trek Africa. Making calls across Africa with no roaming charges is possible. Doing mobile money across is doable too. Catch the train from Cairo to Joburg. Fly direct from Kinshasa to Kingston. Sell our crude to our refineries. Use our lands to feed our processing plants and mouths. The Africa we inherited should not be the Africa we pass on. This should be our pledge, our pact. Let's rewrite our story, restore dignity. Let the private sector own and drive the future that has been set by the African Union. A united Africa of countless opportunities and boundless possibilities. Together, we are delivering prosperity in Africa. Together, we will produce, add value, and trade. Together, we rise for the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve, and the Africa we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last lap. Please allow me to bring to the podium Mr. Gabby Otchere-Darko, who is a founder and executive chairman, Africa Prosperity Network, and he will present the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024 Action Compact, the compact between political and business leaders, to His Excellency the President. But for now, Mr. Otchere-Darko. No, you don't have to read it, so I'll invite. May I kindly, with respect, ask His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to join me. Gabby, over to you.
I think it's important it's read. So, okay. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we, the African heads of state, business executives, senior policymakers, business associations, government ministers, senior officials from the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, technocrats, women, and young entrepreneurs gathered at the Presidential and Business Executives Dialogue hosted at Peduasi Lodge in Peduasi, Eastern Region, Ghana, on January 27, 2023. This dialogue, held under the auspices of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, centered around the theme, I quote, delivering prosperity in Africa, produce, add value, trade, unquote. We base our discussions on the achievements of the 2023 Africa Prosperity Dialogue, where we collectively committed to collaborating closely with governments to promote the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Our focus is on utilizing science, technology, and innovation to create value-added, made-in-Africa goods. In return, governments pledge to pursue commodity-based industrialization, invest in trade-related infrastructure, implement specific measures to empower women entrepreneurs, and ratify the AU Protocol on the free movement of people. And we're happy to announce that President Akufo-Addo said Ghana will this year offer visa-free for African travelers to Ghana. We emphasize that the primary goal of the Africa Prosperity Network is to shift the narrative in African countries from poverty reduction to one that empowers nations in their pursuit of prosperity. We acknowledge the AfCFTA agreement holds the potential to make substantial contributions to sustainable economic growth, generation of employment opportunities, increased foreign direct investment, industrial development, enhanced integration of the continent into the global economy and overall prosperity of all Africans. We explored actionable strategies to enhance the productive capacities of African nations and diversify their economies through value addition and integration into regional and global value chains. Addressing pressing issues such as food insecurity, inflation, and the mounting debt burden facing African countries was also a focal point. We emphasized leveraging Africa's abundant natural resources, including arable land, water, oil, natural gas, minerals, forests, and diverse wildlife to overcome development challenges. We noted that these challenges encompass inadequate infrastructure, i.e. transport, communications, energy, information technology, inefficient trade facilitation processes, limited access to finance, and barriers to the free movement of persons. Additionally, we underscore the pivotal role of financial technology in facilitating cross-border trade payments. Our discussions highlighted ongoing financial reforms in African countries aimed at strengthening essential payment systems that support commercial transactions and business activities. We commit after extensive deliberation to the following, i.e. the business community, their commitment. A, collaborate with central banks, financial institutions, and key stakeholders to bolster investments in technology, ensuring the interoperability and standardization of payment systems across the continent, while actively pursuing enhanced efficiency and consistency in the payment ecosystem. B, enhance the production of diversified value-added manufacturing goods to elevate African nations along the value chain. C, increase investments in digitalization and technology to bolster integration within regional and global value chains. D, embrace technologies that enhance agribusiness through the adoption of modern agricultural practices, including precision farming, drone technology, and Internet of Things, IoT-based solutions, aiming to significantly improve productivity, efficiency, and sustainability within the agricultural sector. Finally, E, prioritize investments in critical minerals essential for various emerging technologies while ensuring environmentally sustainable mining practices. On the part of government, leverage public-private partnership arrangements to increase investments in infrastructure development with a specific focus on transportation, logistics, and digital infrastructure, while fostering deeper intra-African trade and enhancing connectivity for African countries to global markets. G, incentivize financial institutions to increase their support for businesses in the manufacturing sectors to charge favorable interest rates. These institutions can provide loans to manufacturers for capital investment, expanding production facilities, or acquiring machinery and equipment. H, oil-rich African nations would actively foster the development of integrated refineries by leveraging innovative financing mechanisms and private sector participation. The adoption of such integrated operations aims not only to diminish reliance on imported petrochemicals, but also to relieve pressure on the country's constrained foreign exchange reserves, ultimately contributing to improved macroeconomic stability. I, enhance trade facilitation by simplifying customs procedures, reducing trade barriers, and standardizing regulations, and simultaneously strengthen Africa's integration into regional and global value chains. J, establish an enabling environment for industrialization by promoting diversified and value-added manufacturing, fostering innovation, skill development, and investments in sectors beyond primary commodities, both within and beyond the global value chains. K, deepen regional integrations efforts and leverage the AfCFTA agreement to integrate into regional and global value chains and utilize regional economic communities to enhance intra-African trade, creating larger markets and economies of scale. L, formulate and implement policies that bolster African companies, including startups, enabling their integration at higher levels within regional and global value chains. The overarching goal is to achieve substantial economic growth, prosperity, poverty reduction, and sustainability in the social sector. M, increase investments in agriculture to significantly support smallholder farmers, providing them access to modern farming techniques, high-quality seeds, fertilizers, irrigation systems, and essential agricultural infrastructure. This will enhance food production and increase productivity. N, promote climate-smart agricultural methods encompassing conservation farming, agroforestry, and the cultivation of drought-resistant crop varieties, and provide support to farmers in adapting to shifting climate patterns in mitigating crop losses caused by extreme weather events. O, emphasize the value addition of natural resources through a strategy of refining, manufacturing, and producing finished or semi-finished goods within the aim of attracting higher prices in global markets. P, ensure that mining practices are environmentally sustainable with costs aligned with global standards and implement stringent enforcement measures. Q, utilize innovative financing mechanisms to mobilize the necessary funding for addressing the infrastructure gaps on the continent, including advancing road transportation and services, energy, railway, air, and maritime transportation systems. Finally, R, nurture the development of and uptake of innovative financial technologies, fintech, including mobile payments, digital wallets, and online payment platforms. Also, enhance telecommunication networks, expand internet accessibility, including free no roaming charges within the continent, and establish resilient financial infrastructure to efficiently support electronic transactions. On the part of the AfCFTA Secretariat, S, provide support to member states of the African Union that have not ratified the agreement, encouraging them to do so. T, progress from the guided trade initiative and implement comprehensive trading among all state parties under the AfCFTA agreement. Partners, development partners, multilateral development partners, regional development finance institutions, commercial banks, investors, and other financiers will continue to collaborate with governments and the private sector to make available attractive and affordable trade finance, supporting private sector engagement with the AfCFTA market. V, development partners including UNECA, UNDP, Africa Development Bank, Afreximbank, and others will continue to provide coordinated support to governments, businesses, and the AfCFTA Secretariat, expediting the full implementation of the AfCFTA. We commit to meet annually under the Africa Prosperity Dialogue to take stock of the progress of Africa's prosperity agenda. We thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the government of the Republic of Ghana for spearheading the Africa Prosperity Dialogues. Signed by reps of heads of state, business executives signed by Julius Mwale, African Union by the UN country rep, Charles Ibani, and, by the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, Wamkele Meni, and development partners by the UN rep for Ghana, Charles Bani, and young entrepreneurs. But a young man, I see his signature, but I don't see his name. You may stand up. Thank you very much. And I believe I just have to present this to our host, President Akufo-Addo, who did us the honors last time by presenting the document to the AU Summit.
The President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and members of the Guyanese delegation, other distinguished political leaders, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat, the President of the Afreximbank, and the other heads of the DFIs, Badia Boad, founder and chief executive officer of the African Prosperity Network, business leaders, delegates, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a most productive 3 days of brainstorming, networking, and consensus making. As one dignitary said to me, Mr. President, it appears we have created our own Africa-focused Davos here. I was tempted to say, I prefer Pedriasi though. It's much less cold. What is unique about the Africa Prosperity Dialogue is the recognition by all of us gathered here that the economic integration of Africa is a must and should be one of the most important projects for Africans in this century. Its success or failure depends on the urgency or otherwise with which we see to its implementation. Ghana, the host country of the AfCFTA Secretariat, deems it an honor and responsibility to be providing this annual platform for the private sector to join hands with the public sector and other strategic institutions to work together on how we with urgency can deliver prosperity to the peoples of Africa through the effective implementation of the AfCFTA. As I draw down the curtain on this second remarkable edition of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, and particularly at the beginning of a new year, I wish to charge all of us that the actual work begins when we leave Pedriasi. This moment is not just the conclusion of an event, it marks the acceleration of a journey, the celebration of our collective commitment, motivations derived from profound insights, and our conviction to these actionable items contained in the 2024 Africa Prosperity Compact, which I will term the Pedriasi Compact. Allow me to extend heartfelt congratulations to the Africa Prosperity Network and its visionary founder, Gabby Otchere-Darko, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the eloquent Secretary General of the AfCFTA, and members of his hard-working Secretariat, the diligent team at the Presidency, and our esteemed partners. Your dedication and efforts have ensured this event's resounding success. The discussions held and consensus reached during these past 3 days have been nothing short of inspiring, re-energizing, with particular focus on the actionable takeaways. My sincere appreciation goes to the panelists, including the ministers of state, business executives, entrepreneurs, technocrats from international organizations, experts, and thought leaders who all contributed immensely to how we attain the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. A special note of gratitude is reserved for my fellow political leaders, whose presence underscores the significance of this gathering. Your unwavering commitment to the success of the AfCFTA is testament to the collective leadership that is required to make the single market work in steering our continent towards prosperity. I must perforce single out for special mention the distinguished Caribbean leader, the current chair of the Caribbean regional body, CARICOM, and President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali, whose presence at these dialogues has enriched its discussions. He is determined to strengthen the ties of friendship with our country, Ghana, and our continent, Africa, and help bridge and enhance the ties of cooperation within the African family on both sides of the Atlantic. Just like I did last year, I intend, with the support of my colleagues, to present the Pediatric Compact to the 37th Ordinary Assembly of Heads of State and Governments in Addis Ababa in 3 weeks' time. There are items in this compact which I believe can be quickly implemented if we're able to mobilize the needed political will, such as achieving interoperability across Africa. I promise, with the support of my colleagues, to do what we can to make interoperability a reality across member states. Let us not underestimate what we've been able to achieve here. For example, we've been able to articulate some specific, tangible, and price-taggable projects that can be put on the table for real action. There are projects like a railway link across Africa, the Grand Inga Dam, which is estimated around some 100 billion United States dollars, and a dedicated airline with long-term financial guarantees to link Africa with the Caribbean, a symbolic but socio-economically strategic transportation system to reconnect families that were divided centuries ago, to build together the new and exciting future ahead of Africa and global Africa. Global Africans, estimated to be some 300 million strong, are further estimated to control a collective GDP of some 2 trillion United States dollars. These dialogues reinforce the fact that the dignity of all people of African descent everywhere is inextricably linked to the development and prosperity of the African continent. This is the last time I'll be hosting, as President of the Republic, the annual Prosperity Dialogues, as my tenure of 2 terms comes to end on 6 January 2025. However, I promise to remain a patron of this great initiative, and I'm confident that the strategic partnership between the government of Ghana and key organizers such as AfCFTA, APN, UNDP, Africa, ECA, Afreximbank, MTN, Dangote, Helios, Devtraco, Badia, and others will grow even stronger. I want to conclude by thanking Her Excellency Sally Work-Zewde, President of the Federal Republic, Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Chiomoko Meilad Kone, Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, His Excellency Adriano Maliani, the Prime Minister of Mozambique, His Excellency Ibrahim Bugali, the Speaker of the People's National Assembly of Algeria, His Excellency Mohamed Abu Ainem, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Honorable Dr. Uziel Indagumana, Minister for Finance and Economic Planning of Rwanda, the Honorable Babuka Usmaila, Minister of Trade and Industry, Employment and Regional Integration of Gambia, and the Honorable Adedi Senyo, Minister of State for Urban Planning, Housing, Land Reform of Togo, and Her Excellency Baroness Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, for their contributions to these dialogues. Their presence here has been most enriching. And I want to assure the President of Guyana that I'll take up the challenge of helping to revive the ACP. It is such a very good idea. I believe in Africa. I believe in the manifest destiny of Africa. And I know that that destiny is in our hands individually and collectively. I thank you for your attention and wish all of you a safe return journey back home. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you. Mr. President, if I may kindly request that you remain on stage, I would like to humbly request that the heads of our delegations please join His Excellency the President. May I also ask that our contributing heads of our various private sector bodies that were here earlier that contributed, may I kindly ask the Governor of the Bank of Ghana to join us as well. Heads of delegation, captains of industry, please join us as we come to the last part of our program. Here we will take a group photograph, and after that we will have the lighting of the Africa Trade Torch, and that would be led by Her Excellency Dr. Amani Asfor, President, Africa Business Council, AFBC. For now, Mr. President will take a photo with our various celebrated captains of industry and our heads of delegation here represented. Dr. Amani Asfor is also a member of the Board of Advisors of the Africa Prosperity Network. So immediately after the photo, I'll ask our heads of delegations and, of course, our captains of industry not to leave. Dr. Amani will lead us in the lighting of the torch. Please, who is our official photographer? I want the eyes pointing in the right direction. Official photographer? In the middle? All right, thank you. Now, may I kindly call Dr. Amani Asfor to join me. May I kindly ask our heads of delegation, dignitaries, please don't leave. Mr. President, please do not leave. It's now time for us to light the Africa Trade Torch. Dr. Amani, over to you.
Hello? Yes. Your Excellency, President of Ghana, Your Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, this is a historical moment for all of us in the continent because this is lighting the Africa Trade Torch, commemorating the start of the trade under the AfCFTA in January 2021. The Africa Business Council, as the private sector arm of the African Union and established by the heads of state, have really decided that 20 January would be the Africa Trade Day, where we commemorate the start of trading under AfCFTA. Our first lighting the torch was in Cairo, in presence of His Excellency, Secretary General of the AfCFTA, Wamakili Mini, and His Excellency Honorable Babu Lainin, where actually it started lighting the Africa Trade Torch. Again, the second year, it was at the foot of the pyramids, where we also had it in North Africa. Last year, we started it in Zambia, where the COMESA Business Council, which is a member of our Africa Business Council. This year, we are honored to be here during the Africa Prosperity Network to commemorate the Africa Trade Day, the start of trading under the AfCFTA. Lighting the Africa Trade Torch is actually, at the same time now, it is lighted by everybody on the continent. It's a day where we popularize for Africa Continental Free Trade Area, where we really see the awareness among our people of Africa. Because AfCFTA, as a flagship program of our African continent, it's really about popularization among all our sectors of society. Your presence here, Your Excellencies, is really a demonstration of how we as Africa private sector are really committed to the realization of AfCFTA with the enabling environment for Your Excellencies. So the Africa Trade Torch is now your responsibility to hand it over to all your people across the continent, because realizing the Africa we want, a prosperous, peaceful, integrated Africa, driven by the citizens of Africa. And we are the citizens of Africa, the daughters and sons of the African continent, the African soil, and we are very much now glad that our Africa Trade Torch will be light. Can we hand now the Africa Trade Torch to our great...
Thank you. And now may the Africa Torch, Trade Torch, be duly handed over, starting with His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. A moment in our history. The Africa Trade Torch is being showed to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Trade Torch. A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. And now the photos have been done. We will now ask our Excellency and our heads of delegation to dismount the stage. Ladies and gentlemen,
Africa is far from being home. It is Africans.
May we kindly also have all the headsets returned, please. We conclude this session in a few minutes. Please don't leave. After this, we'll move to our late lunch, but please don't leave. Please allow His Excellency and his delegation to go back to their seats.
Don't bother with them borders. Africa is free forever. Trade free, move free. My sister, my brother. We don't need no visa from north to the south. Take the train from the east to the west.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the music playing in the background is by Stone Boy. The lyrics by Mr. Gabby Otchere-Darko. Enjoy it. It is our theme song. It is called Believe in Africa.
All Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Congo, Tanzania, Egypt, Guyana, South Africa. Tell them no dollarization, true unification. We are the biggest single market. Say no more to the colonial racket. They don't care, them never will be fair. Let's come together and grab our share. Join the fast track to prosperity. We want food and energy security till eternity. I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. Africa, yes, I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. I believe in Africa. Africa, yeah. All Africa. Senegal. Côte d'Ivoire. Angola. Rwanda. Morocco. Barbados. Zimbabwe. This is Africa's time.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our anthem comes to a close, I will ask in the background for us to have Noyam Dance Institute will give us a little bit of a performance as we exit this auspicious event. Noyam, take center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Noyam will now perform, and as we exit, please be advised that we're going for a late lunch hosted by His Excellency. So do kindly join us for a late lunch hosted by His Excellency. Out of the tent, it's to the left. Noyam, the stage is yours.
Johannesburg, le Ghana, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Ethiopie, oh quel beau pays. Africa, oh yeah, yeah. Africa, Africa, oh yeah,
Chile. lengo bese